Chapter 239 The Truth. After cooking dinner and feeding Yu Rou said, even though you'd moved out of the house and everything, there's still about 2 days before you're officially disowned, so I plan on keeping it a secret until then. Who knows, maybe mother and father will even change their minds about disowning you. Okay. However, even if they change their mind, I have already decided to leave the family. After all, if one day I recover from this condition, I don't want them to believe that it was all due to their help. I want to prove to them and myself that I can survive even without them. Yuan said. If that's your decision, brother, I won't say anything else. I also believe that you'll one day make a full recovery, said Yu Rou. Anyways, it's getting late, so I'll head home tonight. I'll be back tomorrow, though. Yu Rou said. Okay. See you tomorrow. After leaving Yuan's apartment, Yu Rou locked the door with the spare keys and quickly returned home. Meanwhile, Meixiu stayed behind to take care of Yuan. Do you need anything, young master? Meixiu asked him. Yes, I actually do. Meixiu, can you stop calling me young master? I am no longer part of the Yu family, and there's no need to be so formal to me. Just call my Yu Tian, or even better, Yuan. The source of this content is lightnovelpub.com. Meixiu did not immediately respond. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked him, when do you plan on telling the young lady the truth? The truth, huh? A bittersweet smile appeared on Yuan's face, and he said, I wanted to tell her yesterday. No, I planned on telling her if she refused to let me leave the family, but I guess that's no longer needed. However, that's not to say I intend on keeping that secret forever. Once the time is right, I'll tell her. I understand. Thank you, Meixiu. Yuan suddenly said, and he continued, thank you, for not telling her even though you work with her pretty much every day. New novel chapters are published on lightnov.com. It's not a big deal, really. I don't think it would change your relationship that much even if she knew. Perhaps. But I don't want to risk it. Yuan sighed. But she will find out sooner or later, especially now that you're no longer part of the family. Meixiu said, and she continued, who knows, maybe the masters will reveal everything to her once they officially disown you. Yuan turned silent after hearing her words. And he spoke in a solemn voice, if that happens, it is what is it? Meixiu shook her head and sighed, I really don't understand you sometimes, young master, Yuan. How hard would it really be for you to say we're not blood-related since I was adopted into the family? You won't understand it even if I told you, Meixiu. The fear of being ignored once someone realizes that you're not who they think you are. Yuan sighed. I don't think the young lady is that kind of person. Even if you're not real siblings, she won't abandon you. Meixiu said. Updated from lightnovelpub.com. I know she's not, and she most likely won't abandon me, but I still fear that minuscule possibility, and I can't shake off this feeling no matter how much I try. I really don't want her to hate me for lying to her all these years. I wouldn't consider that lying, so neither should you. After all, everyone has a secret or two in their lives. Don't think too much about it. Meixiu shook her head. If our parents don't tell her first, I'll tell her the truth once I recover from my condition somewhat, Yuan said. Meixiu looked at Yuan's still body for a moment before speaking, Yuan. Do you really believe that you'll be able to recover fully? Yuan chuckled at her words and said, of course not. However, there's no harm in hoping for the best. I see, anyway, you can go rest. I'll be on Cultivation online tonight to see if I can bring you to the Eastern continent. Yuan said. I understand. Good night. Good night. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelp.com. Once Yuan entered the game, Meixiu went to the bathroom to wash herself before going to sleep shortly later. Inside the game, Yuan called for Feng Yuxiang and asked her, Feng, do you think you can bring someone from the Western continent to the Eastern continent? The Western continent? I can. But why? I have a friend there, and I have some business with her. How long do you think it'll take to bring her here? It shouldn't take too long, probably a few days, even less if we take the teleportation devices. Do you want me to bring your friend from the Western continent here, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked. Yuan nodded, and he said, yes, but before that, can you bring my sister, Yu Rou, to a place called Red Pearl City? She's still in Phoenix City, and her permit expired. Feng Yuxiang nodded, that won't be a problem. When do you want me to go? You can start making your way there now. I'll tell her to meet you there sometime tomorrow. Yuan said. It's fine, I have memorized her aura, so I will be able to find her no matter where she is as long as she's within the city. However, it'll still be better to have a meeting point. How about the Golden Phoenix Bazaar where we first met? Visit Light Novel Pub. Come for a better experience, okay? I'll tell her that. Then I'll be back after I transport your sister. See you later, young master. Thank you for your help, Feng. Don't even mention it, young master. It's my pleasure to assist you. Feng Yuxiang left the Dragon Essence Temple shortly later and soared towards Phoenix City, shocking the sect elders and disciples within the sect with her fiery appearance. And shortly after Feng Yuxiang left, someone knocked on the door to Yuan's house. Is this where Disciple Yuan lives? You had an official match today, and you missed it. If you don't show up tomorrow, you'll be punished according to the sect rules. What? Yuan was shocked when he heard this. Where did this match come from? And who's he fighting? Chapter 240 Official Match. After hearing the knock on the doors, Yuan went downstairs to see who was knocking on the door. Upon seeing the middle-aged man standing before him, Yuan asked, "Excuse me, but what do you mean by official match? I don't remember accepting any matches." The sect elder standing outside then pulled out a logbook and pointed at his name that was written on one of the pages. Is this not you? Yuan looked at the logbook. Outer Court Disciple Yuan versus Outer Court Disciple Wu Laohu. That is indeed my name, but I don't recall agreeing to any matches. Yuan was baffled to see that unreasonable disciple's name next to his name. And he wondered, how did he even learn my name? I don't remember giving it to him. Unbeknownst to Yuan, whenever a disciple challenges another disciple to a death match, regardless if the challenge is accepted or not, their names will be recorded in a jade slip at the dispute hall so the sect elders can keep watch of them, and that's how Wu Laohu learned of his name. I don't know your situation, Disciple Yuan, but it's an official match, and if you don't participate tomorrow, you'll be punished according to the sect rules. The sect elder said, thinking to himself that Yuan must be backing out after agreeing to fight Wu Laohu. Is there no way to cancel the match? Yuan asked, as he really didn't feel like fighting without any reason. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub. The sect elder shook his head and said, after your name is written in the logbook and a sect elder stamps it, you must participate in the fight no matter what. However, if both you and Wu Laohu agree to end the match, we can stop it. I doubt that person will agree to stop the fight, especially since he was the one who started it. Yuan sighed inwardly. Xiaohua's voice suddenly resounded inside his head, Brother Yuan, just accept the challenge and fight him. That disciple is the type of people who won't give up until the bitter end, so it's better to just give him what he wants. You'll take care of him easily, anyways. Since I have no choice but to fight him, I guess so. Yuan then nodded, I understand. I'll show up for the match tomorrow. Good. The match will begin at the peak of sunrise tomorrow morning. The sect elder said to him before leaving. After returning to his room, Xiaohua appeared and said, Brother Yuan, there will be times when you must step onto the stage and fight even if there are no good reasons for it. That's just the cultivation world. You fight and fight and fight until nobody dares to fight you anymore. If you don't accept these challenges, people will think you're a pushover and continue pressuring and bullying you. That's why the best thing to do is to just fight them. Yuan laid on the bed and stared at the empty ceiling with a dazed look on his face. Visit lighten/uvel/p/ub. Com for the best novel reading experience. Thank you, Xiaohua. I think I know what to do tomorrow. Yuan nodded. I'll see you tomorrow morning, Xiaohua. I just logged on to speak with Feng Feng for a bit. Okay. Good night, Brother Yuan. After Xiaohua returned to the necklace, Yuan logged off and proceeded to cultivate until morning. Good morning, Yuan. Meishio entered his room early in the morning already with breakfast prepared. Good morning, Meishio. Sometime later, Meishio began feeding Yuan soup. What do you think? Does it suit your taste? Meishio asked. Yes. For more, visit lighten///ovalpub/. Come after breakfast, Yuan said. By the way, Meishio, I have a way to get you to the eastern continent in just a few days. I'll let you know when it happens. I understand. After cleaning up, Meishio said, the young lady should be here in half an hour. I have something to take care of in Cultivation online, so I won't be able to greet her when she arrives, Yuan said. I understand. I'll notify the young lady. Sometime later, Yuan went into Cultivation online whilst Meishio waited for Yu Rou's arrival. Once Yuan returned to his room in the Dragon Essence Temple, he left the house and made his way to the sparring area where matches between disciples are held almost every day, whether it be death matches or just casual sparring. About 20 minutes later, Yuan arrived at the area, and to his surprise, there was already a large crowd there with all of them surrounding a large platform. I heard Mad Tiger's opponent was too scared to show up yesterday. Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. That's right. We waited for the entire day and the bastard never showed up despite agreeing to this fight. What a spineless coward. Then how do we know he'll be showing up today? Apparently one of the sect elders spoke with him last night and confirmed that he will be showing up today. I see. While the disciples made fun of Yuan for not showing up yesterday, Yuan approached the stage that had two people on it, Wu Laohu and a sect elder. Look who decided to finally show up. Did you finally stop shitting your pants? Wu Laohu laughed out loud when he noticed Yuan's approaching figure. The disciples there quickly turned to look at Yuan's handsome face, even making a path for him so he could enter the stage. A few moments later, Yuan stepped onto the large stage and stood a couple of meters away from Wu Laohu. Where were you yesterday? The sect elder looked at Yuan with a frown on his face. The source of this content is /lightno/ve/lpub.com. I didn't know I had a match yesterday because I never agreed to fight him, Yuan responded in a calm voice. The sect elder coldly snorted at his words and said, bullshit. I personally witnessed you agreeing to the fight, yet you dare claim that it never happened? I didn't know you were this shameless. Yuan frowned at the sect elder's words. Was he involved in this scandal as well? Chapter 241. I'm gonna make an example out of you. Disciple Yuan, right? I can still forgive you for your audacious behavior if you kowtow before me and beg for forgiveness. Wu Laohu laughed out loud in a provocative manner. However, Yuan remained calm and said, if you fight every person that you bump into, you'll eventually bump into the wrong person and regret it. Yuan's words wiped the smile off Wu Laohu's face, and Wu Laohu sneered, I changed my mind. Even if you beg for forgiveness, it's already too late. I'm going to beat you until even your mother won't recognize you. Elder Cheng, you can start the match. Elder Cheng nodded and said, the rules for this match are simple, you fight until either one of you faints. The disciples were shocked when they heard the rules. Normally, one can end the fight by surrendering or leaving the stage, but according to Elder Cheng's words, they only lose when one of them loses consciousness. Isn't this basically a death match but without the death part? What? I have never seen such rules before. Did Elder Cheng and Mad Tiger plan this fight? I have heard rumors of it happening before as well. Shoo! Don't let them hear you or you'll be on the stage next. Yuan's eyebrows twitched when he heard these disciples' whispers. Apparently, this isn't Wu Laohu's first time doing something like forcing another disciple to fight him. Why am I not surprised? Yuan sighed inwardly. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. This is the true nature of the cultivation world, Brother Yuan. People will do whatever they can to achieve their goals. Xiao Hua's voice resounded inside his head. Elder Qing then continued, weapons are allowed in this match, but you are not allowed to use treasures. Furthermore, you are not allowed to kill each other. Elder Qing looked at Wu Laohu as he said the last sentence, almost like it was specifically meant for him. After all, even though he can help Wu Laohu rig a match, he won't be able to save him if he kills another disciple. Seeing Elder Cheng's gaze, Wu Laohu showed a smile that said, "Don't worry, I won't kill him." Elder Cheng nodded. He then turned to look at Yuan and said, "Are you ready to fight?" "I am," Yuan responded calmly. Wu Laohu retrieved an ordinary sword from his storage pouch and swung it around a few times with excitement in his movements. Meanwhile, Yuan simply stood there without moving a single finger. Since he couldn't use treasures, all of his weapons were restricted. With that being said, he never planned on using a weapon to begin with. The source of this content is lig/ht/novel/pub/com. Does that disciple intend on fighting Mad Tiger without a weapon? He's a madman. The disciples were dumbfounded when they saw this, and they couldn't tell if it was arrogance or stupidity. Wu Laohu frowned when he saw this, thinking that Yuan was looking down on him. Humph. As if I need a weapon to best your ass. In fact, I can beat you even more without a weapon. Wu Laohu tossed his sword back into the storage pouch a few seconds later. Meanwhile, many meters in the distance, hidden from plain sight, an old woman wearing high-ranking sect elder robes watched the match with a smile on her face. The sect master told me to protect him, but he also told me to not interfere unless necessary. While I could have prevented this match from even happening in the first place, that wouldn't be fair to disciple Yuan who wanted to experience life as a disciple, right? This old lady was a high-ranking sect elder who worked at the dispute hall. Even though she could have stopped Wu Laohu and Elder Qing from rigging this match, she purposefully allowed this match to continue so that Yuan could experience the true nature of the cultivation world and sects where unfairness is in every corner. While the Dragon Essence Temple tries its best to keep certain things fair for the disciples, they only keep it to a minimum as a way to teach the disciples the laws of the jungle and prepare them for the outside world where everything is much worse. Once both disciples were ready, Elder Qing left the stage and said, "You may now begin the match." This content is taken from lightnov/lpub/com. Immediately after Elder Cheng's words ended, Wu Laohu kicked his feet and rushed at Yuan with a bloodthirsty look on his face. "I'm gonna make an example out of you and show the others what happens when you offend me, Mad Tiger Wu Laohu." Once he was close enough, Wu Laohu began clawing his hands at Yuan like a tiger relentlessly. However, to the disciples' surprise, Yuan casually dodged every strike with a graceful movement technique they have never seen before. What kind of movement technique is that? I don't know, but look at his feet. You can see a trail of flames wherever he moves. I guess this disciple has some ability, after all. The disciples were excited to see Yuan holding his own ground, but some of them still wanted to see a beatdown. Follow current novels on /lightnovelpub/com. Is that all you can do? Dodge? Fight me. Wu Laohu began getting irritated after a couple of minutes, feeling as though he was fighting an invisible enemy who he cannot hit. Yuan remained silent as he continued dodging Wu Laohu's strikes. A few more moments later, Yuan suddenly said, "I didn't want to fight, but you forced my hands." Suddenly, Yuan disappeared from Wu Laohu's view and distanced himself. "Where do you think you're going?" Wu Laohu quickly turned around and chased after Yuan. However, before he could even take 2 steps, Wu Laohu suddenly stopped moving and stood there like a statue, puzzling the spectators. Meanwhile, Yuan stood there with a cold expression on his face, his eyes glowing brightly with a golden color as he activated Dragon's Gaze for the first time. This is, visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. Wu Laohu's body trembled uncontrollably after seeing Yuan's golden eyes that emitted a feeling of absolute dominance. Under the effects of Dragon's Gaze, Wu Laohu suddenly felt as though the entire world had darkened and the passage of time had stopped, and the only thing he could see was these 2 glowing eyes in the distance that were threatening his very existence. Chapter 242. There's no surrendering in this match. After activating Dragon's Gaze for the first time since he learned it, Yuan continued to stare at Wu Laohu like a predator staring at its prey. Since he could not use his treasures, nor did he intend on using any weapons, this was the only way he could deal with Wu Laohu without gravely injuring him. What's happening to Mad Tiger? He suddenly stopped moving. Look at his face. It's twisted with fear for some reason. What? How is that possible? The disciples and Elder Qing there turned their heads to look at Yuan, and to their surprise, when they saw his golden eyes, their bodies trembled with profound fear despite not being targeted by the terrorizing gaze. What kind of terrifying technique is that? I have never experienced such fear in my life, not even when I nearly died that one time. Elder Qing could feel his legs shaking uncontrollably, almost like there was an ongoing earthquake. While the disciples and Elder Qing were quaking in their boots by the unfathomable aura emitted by the dragon's gaze, Wu Laohu, who was directly targeted by this gaze, felt 100 times worse, almost as though he was staring at a divine beast at this moment. What am I looking at? Why is everything so dark? Where am I? Who am I? As though Head lost his mind, Wu Laohu began questioning his own existence. The source of this content is /lig/tno/velpub/. Unbeknownst to Wu Laohu, Head pissed his pants, creating a yellow puddle underneath his feet and shocking the crowd. In fact, even after pissing his pants, Wu Laohu remained oblivious to that fact, as he was too fearful to notice anything. Furthermore, he didn't dare to look away from Yuan's threatening gaze even for a split second, as he feared that if he looked away, Yuan would immediately kill him. You forced my hand. Yuan suddenly said, startling Wu Laohu. What did you just say? Wu Laohu mumbled in a low voice. I said, this is all your fault. Boom. Yuan's aura suddenly exploded, and his eyes began glowing even more brightly. Follow current novels on Light Novel Pub. Amazing. He's releasing an aura that's similar to Spirit Warriors, but he's only at the peak of Spirit Apprentice. The disciples were shocked by Yuan's sudden display of prowess. Cough. Unable to bear Yuan's dragon's gaze any longer, Wu Laohu coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the marble floor red. However, he didn't fall unconscious just yet and is barely holding on. If you didn't provoke me, none of this would have happened. If you didn't force this match, I wouldn't need to do this. Yuan spoke in a calm voice as he began moving again, making his way towards Wu Laohu. Stay away from me. Wu Laohu spoke with a terrified voice, feeling a strong desire to turn around and run away, yet he remained standing there, rooted in fear. Before he realized it, Yuan was already standing in front of him like a towering giant. Please. I forfeit. I surrender this match. Wu Laohu shouted out loud, sounding like he was beginning for his life. However, Yuan calmly resounded, surrender? Did you forget? There's no surrendering in this match. It'll only end when one of us loses consciousness. This content is taken from Lee/novel/pub. The moment his sentence ended, Yuan increased the intensity of his dragon's gaze, pressuring Wu Laohu even more. Cough. Wu Laohu coughed up another mouthful of blood, feeling his vision becoming blurry. Perhaps. I should just kill you right here and right now so you will never be able to bother me again. Yuan spoke in a cold voice, his eyes narrowing slightly. What? Wu Laohu's eyes widened with shock, and he could feel bloodlust coming from Yuan's gaze. He's not bluffing. Hell really kill me. Wu Laohu thought to himself. Unfortunately for Wu Laohu, due to the influence of Dragon's Gaze, he was in no condition to think logically, hence why he forgot about the sect rules regarding disciples killing another disciple. Die. Yuan activated Dragon's Gaze to almost full power, sending Wu Laohu into shock. Visit l/item/ovalpub/com for a better experience. Wu Laohu's eyes rolled behind his head with his body falling backward. Thud. Wu Laohu's body collapsed onto the floor a moment later with foam coming out of his mouth. The entire place turned dead silent when they realized what had just happened. Mad Tiger lost consciousness. It's that disciple's win. He defeated the third-ranked outer court disciple without lifting a single finger. One of the disciples there exclaimed after a moment of silence. After defeating Wu Laohu, Yuan closed his eyes and rubbed them for a few seconds. Once he reopened his eyes, they returned to normal. This is my win, right? Yuan turned to look at Elder Cheng and spoke. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovel/p/ub. Calm, gulp. Elder Cheng swallowed nervously as a chill went down his spine. Even though Yuan was no longer using Dragon's Gaze, Elder Cheng's body subconsciously reacted even to Yuan's gaze. Just who is this outer court disciple? He cried inwardly. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a burst of loud laughter resounded in the area, causing everybody there to turn around, and to their surprise, an old lady was approaching the arena. Who is that sect elder? The outer court disciples there were unfamiliar with this old lady's appearance. However, Elder Cheng's eyes widened with shock when he saw this old lady, as there was no way he'd not recognized the person he's working for, his boss. Senior Elder Dai. Elder Cheng immediately bowed to her. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnov/pub. Come. Elder Dai stopped in front of Elder Cheng and spoke in a calm voice. Elder Cheng, what's going on here? And nothing out of the ordinary, Senior Elder Dai. It's just two outer court disciples sparring with each other. Elder Cheng responded with a stiff smile on his face. Oh. Is that so? Elder Dai nodded with an oblivious look on her face, acting as if she didn't know any better. And she continued, you may return to the dispute hall. I'll handle things from here. You will? Elder Cheng looked at her with a gawking expression. Why does she, a high-ranking sect elder, want to handle something like a match between two outer court disciples? Chapter 243 Becoming Famous in the Outer Court. Do I have to repeat myself? The calm look on Elder Dai's face suddenly turned cold, causing Elder Cheng to tremble. And no. I will leave this to you, Senior Elder. Elder Cheng bowed to Elder Dai again before leaving the area in large strides. Once Elder Cheng was gone, Elder Dai looked at the outer court disciples and said, someone bring me a bucket of cold water. Now. Immediately after Elder Dai's words, most of the disciples there scrambled to get a bucket of cold water. While they waited for the water, Elder Dai looked at Yuan and asked him, that was a marvelous display of technique. However, why didn't you strike him? It would have ended much sooner if you just knocked him unconscious with your fists. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke in a calm voice, because I was taught that intimidation works better than violence. Even if I'd beaten him, I don't think he will give up, and he will eventually come to bother me again. Is that so? Elder Dai nodded. Anyways, congratulations on defeating Wu Laohu, who was ranked third. Since you defeated him, you'll now replace his spot as third. Meanwhile, somewhere within the outer court, on the outer court disciples' power ranking, Wu Laohu's third place was replaced by Yuan's name before being pushed down to the fourth place, shocking the disciples that were there to witness this change. Disciple Yuan? Who's this? I don't recognize this name. Where the heck did he come from? Defeating that mad tiger is no easy feat. For more, visit li/gitnov/lpub. Small uproar occurred within the sect on that day with Yuan's name spreading like a wildfire. A few minutes after the disciples left to get a cold bucket of water, one of the disciples finally returned with a large bucket of cold water. Here you go, Senior. The disciple handed the cold bucket to Elder Dai, who immediately went onto the stage and dumped the entire cold bucket on Wu Laohu's unconscious body. Splash. Ah! Wu Laohu woke up screaming as though he was just having a nightmare. Where am I? He looked around with a dazed look on his wet face, clearly puzzled by his situation. However, when he saw Yuan's handsome figure standing not far away, Wu Laohu recalled everything that had happened and immediately ran away. Ah! Monster! Get away from me! Help! Follow current novels on Lighten/Ovalpub. Calm before Wu Laohu could run very far, Elder Dai appeared in front of him and slapped him in the face, causing him to fall on the floor again. Looks like you're still quite healthy. Elder Dai said in a nonchalant voice, and she continued, you're lucky this wasn't a death match, young man. Come with me, I have a lot to say to you. Although he was puzzled, Wu Laohu nodded regardless. Senior, Yuan suddenly spoke, but Elder Dai shook her head and interrupted, you don't have to tell me anything. I know what happened. They forced this match upon you even though you didn't accept it. Don't worry, I will punish them according to the sect rules. Hearing Elder Dai's words, Yuan nodded and said, thank you. Heavens! I was right. Wu Laohu and Elder Cheng actually conspired against this disciple Yuan with this fixed match. What an unfair match. Ha ha ha. But they still lost in the end. How hilarious. Sometime later, Yuan left the scene, and the other disciples also left shortly later to spread the news of Wu Laohu's miserable loss. For more, visit l/itnovelpub// what? Disciple Yuan? This is the first time I've heard of this disciple. Is he new? A new disciple defeated that mad tiger? He must be a genius. I heard he used some kind of eye technique that rendered Mad Tiger spineless with a single gaze. I wouldn't mess with this guy even if I had 10 lives. I was there to witness his eye technique. Shit. I am still getting chills down my spine just thinking about it, and it felt like I was looking at a powerful beast. Yuan's name spread across the outer court like wildfire, and within a single day, almost every disciple in the outer court had heard about his fight against Wu Laohu, becoming famous. Meanwhile, in the dispute hall, Elder Cheng and Wu Laohu stood beside each other while they faced Elder Dai with nervous looks on their faces. Elder Cheng, did you really think I didn't know about your actions? Not just today, I have known about it since you rigged your first match. Elder Dai said in a calm voice, dumbfounding Elder Cheng. Does this mean she doesn't intend on punishing me? He wondered inwardly with a hopeful feeling. Do you know why I didn't even bother to punish you? Elder Dai then asked him. This content is taken from li/nov/elp/ub/com and no, I do not, Senior Elder. Elder Cheng quickly shook his head. Because the cultivation world is never fair. Things like this happen on a daily basis throughout the world, not just the cultivation world, and I really couldn't care less about it since it doesn't really affect the sect. Elder Dai said, and she continued, however, like most situations in the cultivation world, it's not about whether you're caught or not. Elder Dai narrowed her eyes and said in a cold voice, it's about who you're doing it to. If you treated a nobody unfairly, who would care? Nobody would care even if the entire world knew. However, if you treated someone from the legacy family like how you treated Disciple Yuan today, what do you think would happen once word gets out? Of course, I doubt anybody would be stupid enough to offend someone from the legacy family, but hypothetically, if you'd done that, everybody would call you out for it. Now returning back to the topic at hand. The main reason I will be punishing you two for your actions today is not because you were being unfair, it's simply because you'd picked the wrong person to offend. Elder Dai spoke in a calm manner. Elder Cheng, you are no longer a disciple of the Dragon Essence Temple as of this moment. As for Wu Laohu, you'll be punished with 4 years of confinement. If you have a problem with my decision, you may speak with the sect master. However, I highly advise you to just accept my punishment and not speak with the sect master, who will definitely make your lives much more miserable. Chapter 244 A Powerful Slap. Why you're going to kick me out of the sect? Elder Cheng stood there with disbelief on his face. I have served this sect for over 50 years. How can you throw me away like trash for something like this? If it's as you'd said, that my actions don't affect the sect that much, why must you give me such a severe punishment, Senior Elder Dai? Just who is that outer court disciple? I don't really have anything else to say. If you want to challenge my decision, go ahead and speak with the sect master. However, don't say I didn't warn you. Elder Dai said in a casual manner before waving her hands. You may leave now. Make sure you hand over your disciple identification token before you leave. Elder Dai said. I will speak with the sect master. Even though I am wrong for what I did, I don't deserve such a punishment. Elder Qing slammed his disciple identification token on the desk before walking out. What about you, disciple Wu Laohu? Do you also want to challenge my decision? Elder Dai turned to look at him. However, Wu Laohu shook his head and said, I accept my punishment. No, please punish me. After the horror Head experienced today and the embarrassment Head shown, Wu Laohu would rather stay holed up in confinement for the next couple of years, hoping that the disciples would forget him by the time he re-emerges, especially Yuan, who he prays to never run into again for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, Elder Qing left the dispute hall to look for the sect master. The sect master? He should be at the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower right now with the other sect masters. A fellow sect elder told Elder Qing after being asked about Long Yijuan. For more, visit li/gt/n/ovalpub. I see. Thank you. While Elder Qing proceeded to make his way towards the tower, the disciples at the tower began whispering to each other after hearing about the fight between Wu Laohu and Yuan. What? Wu Laohu was defeated by a new disciple. As if I'd believe that. It's true. Look at the power ranking if you don't believe me. A disciple by the name of Yuan had taken his spot and pushed everyone else down a place. What? Once a small commotion occurred in the place, the news eventually reached the ears of Long Yijuan and the others. What? Disciple Yuan fought a match against disciple Wu Laohu? How come I'm not aware of this until after the fight ended? Long Yijuan immediately frowned. Elder Xian and the other high-ranking elders such as Elder Bai and Elder Xian turned to look at Long Yijuan, as they were also clueless. Wu Laohu. Isn't that the rumored mad tiger who climbed to third place after spending only 2 years in the sect? A new disciple defeated someone like him? This is interesting. New novel chapters are published on lightnov/pub. The other sect masters there also had their interests piqued when they heard this news. Sect Master Long, do you know this disciple Yuan who defeated the mad tiger? One of them even decided to ask him. No. I have no idea. Long Yijuan shook his head. If even the sect master doesn't know of such a talented disciple, he must be fairly new to the sect. Ha ha ha. How lucky for the Dragon Essence Temple. Looks like you have picked up another rough gem. The guests there laughed out loud. You have no idea. Elder Xian smiled inwardly at their statement. Sometime later, Elder Qing arrived at the place and approached the Long Yijuan with a sweaty face. Sect Master. This disciple would like to have a word with you. Elder Qing bowed to Long Yijuan in a respectful manner. Long Yijuan raised his eyebrows at Elder Cheng's unexpected approach. Follow current novels on li/knov/pub. Elder Cheng from the dispute hall, correct? What's the matter? Why are you sweating so much? Long Yijuan asked him with raised eyebrows. This is, Elder Cheng's legs trembled, feeling incredibly nervous at this moment, almost like there was someone suffocating him. This disciple seeks justice. Elder Cheng managed to speak his mind by shouting out loud, even crying afterward. This shocked the people there. What happened? Why does Elder Cheng look like a child running to his parents after being bullied? Seeing this, Long Yijuan turned to look at the other sect masters and said, Please excuse me for a moment. Come with me. He then said to Elder Cheng before leaving the crowd to go somewhere more private. What happened? Long Yijuan asked him. This, new novel chapters are published on /lightnovelp/ub. Elder Cheng proceeded to explain how Head wronged by forcing a match between two disciples and how Elder Dai wanted to punish him by throwing him out of the sect without mentioning Wu Laohu or Yuan's name. What? Elder Dai said that? Long Yijuan couldn't help but become surprised after listening to Elder Cheng. Even if Elder Cheng had done exactly what Head said, kicking him out of the sect for something like this was truly an overkill, especially if he'd worked at the sect for so many years. However, just as Long Yijuan was prepared to show Elder Qing some pity by lowering his sentence, he suddenly recalled what the others were talking about not long ago, which immediately caused him to frown. And in a low but cold voice, Long Yijuan spoke, "Elder Qing. Let me ask you something. What is the name of the disciple that you'd forced to fight in a match?" "The name? I think his name was Yuan." Before Elder Qing could even finish his sentence, Long Yijuan roared with veins all over his forehead. "You fucking fool. Pap. The most up-to-date novels are published on Lee/GHT/N/Ovalpub. A powerful slap suddenly flew across Elder Cheng's face, sending him flying high into the air and towards the crowd at the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, greatly shocking them. What the heck? One of the sect masters there fell from his seat in a startled manner before staring at Elder Cheng's unconscious body that had suddenly fallen from the sky and landed in front of him like a corpse. Chapter 245 Fake It Till You Make It. Elder Cheng's unconscious body falling from the sky had shocked everybody at the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, immediately causing a scene there. Elder Cheng. What happened to you? Elder Xian quickly went to check his pulses just to make sure he wasn't actually dead. After confirming that Elder Cheng was alive, Elder Xian released a sigh of relief. What happened? Where's Sect Master Long? The other sect masters there wondered since Elder Cheng was seen following Long Yijuan. And as though their words had summoned the demon, Long Yijuan could be seen approaching them from a distance, but there was something different about him compared to when he left. When the sect masters and the other disciples there saw the rage on Long Yijuan's face, they thought his parents had been murdered or something, causing their body to tremble uncontrollably. Sect Master. What's the matter? Why are you so angry? Elder Xian quickly approached Long Yijuan. Get this. Long Yijuan quickly explained the situation to Elder Xian without letting the others hear it. Elder Qing did what? The source of this content is /light/n/ovalpub. Elder Xian shook his head in regret, and all of the pity and worry he had for Elder Qing disappeared in less than a second after learning what Elder Qing had done to Yuan. Elder Bai. Long Yijuan suddenly called for Bai Ling, disciplinary hall's leader. Yes. Elder Bai appeared beside him immediately. Toss Elder Qing into the confinement chamber until we're done here. I'll deal with him later. Long Yijuan spoke in a demanding tone. Yes, Sect Master. Elder Bai did not question Long Yijuan and immediately went to pick up Elder Cheng before carrying him away, and the people there watched with gawking expressions on their faces. I apologize for the slight disturbance, fellow guests and disciples. Please, act as though nothing had happened just now. Long Yijuan said to the people there with a smile on his face before walking back to his seat like nothing really happened just now, shocking the people even more. What the heck just happened? Who was that sect elder and what did he do to piss Sect Master Long so much? Follow current novels on lightnovelpub/comas if I could forget such a scene just because you told me to. I probably won't ever forget the look on Sect Master Long's face for the rest of my life. Although the people there were extremely curious about the situation that had just occurred, nobody there actually dared to bring the topic up after seeing Long Yijuan's fearsome demeanor just now, not even the sect masters from the other sections. On the other hand, Long Yijuan cursed inwardly, fuck. Why are there so many people trying to offend Disciple Yuan? It's almost like they're purposefully trying to chase him out of the sect with their scandalous behaviors. If I have to kick out every sect elder to keep Disciple Yuan safe until the mystic realm, I'll freaking do it. Sect Master, while what Elder Qing did was wrong, you should also calm down. Elder Xian suddenly said to him. Don't forget that it's Disciple Yuan's desire to experience sect life as a normal disciple, and for normal disciples, they experience these kinds of unfairness every day. Long Yijuan became somewhat speechless after hearing Elder Xian's words. How could he have overlooked such a thing? If they keep on protecting Yuan from these unfair situations, he will never experience life as an ordinary outer court disciple, nor will he understand their struggles. Therefore, unless it threatened Yuan's life, they shouldn't interfere with his life and let him deal with the problems by himself. Of course, once Yuan deals with the situation, they'll punish the offenders afterward. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Xian. I nearly robbed him of what made him want to join the Dragon Essence Temple in the first place. Experience. Long Yijun sighed. At this moment, the 89th floor from the tower emitted a golden light, signaling that whoever was challenging the tower had managed to reach the 90th floor. Visit Light Novel Pub. Calm for a better experience, ha ha ha. Look at this, Sec Master Long, we're only at our second challenger and he's already managed to climb all the way to the 90th floor. At this rate, someone will defeat all 100 floors and we'll still have half of our disciples left. One of the guest sect masters laughed out loud. The 90th floor, huh? Not bad for someone who's supposed to be your sect's best disciple. Long Yijun responded in a casual manner, almost like he wasn't worried even in the slightest. Act tough all you want now. I can't wait to see the desperation on your face when you have to hand over the dragon-slaying saber. Long Yijun smirked at such remarks and said, yes, I also cannot wait. Meanwhile, after defeating Wu Laohu, Yuan returned to his room and laid on his bed, and he proceeded to stare at the empty ceiling with a dazed look on his face. It was much harder than I'd expected, acting like I did during the match. Yuan sighed out loud. Brother Yuan, what you did today is simply acting like a real cultivator. Xiaohua said to him. A real cultivator? What's the difference? A real cultivator won't let anything block their path. They will walk straight no matter what stands in their way. If a mountain blocks your path, you destroy that mountain. If an ocean blocks your path, you split that ocean. If another cultivator blocks your path, you trample on that cultivator. That's how the most successful and powerful cultivators in this world behave, hence why they're called real cultivators. Xiaohua explained to him. Follow current novels on li/gt/novel/ub. That's very aggressive and unreasonable. I don't know if I want to become someone like that. Yuan sighed. Don't worry, brother Yuan. You can become a true cultivator even without being like that. As long as you know when and how to act like a true cultivator, you'll be fine. If I recall correctly, there's this saying, fake it till you make it. You simply need to fake that character and hope people believe it. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Yuan turned silent to ponder again. Chapter 246 Picking Up Yu Rou. I think I understand what I should do. Thank you, Xiaohua. You're always helping me. If only there's something I can do for you. Yuan said. Xiaohua is satisfied with just being around brother Yuan. Xiaohua quickly responded. Sometime later, Yuan said, I'll see you later, Xiaohua. Goodbye, brother Yuan. Yuan logged off the game shortly later. Once Yuan logged off, he could immediately feel two presence around him. Sorry for making you wait, Yu Rou, Yuan said to her. Don't worry about it. I just got here. Yu Rou responded. By the way, I spoke with Feng, Yu Rou. I told her about your situation, and she's currently heading to Phoenix City to pick you up. She also told you to wait for her at the Golden Phoenix Bazaar. Wait. Today? Yu Rou asked. The most up-to-date novels are published on li/novelpub. Yes. Okay. Fortunately, I brought my console with me, so I can enter the game even though I am here. Yu Rou said. Yuan then continued, as for Meishio, after helping Yu Rou meet with Xia Jingyi, she will come to the Western continent to help you next, but you need to let her know your location so that she knows where to go. I understand, young master, Meishio said. Sometime later, Yu Rou went into the third bedroom to set up her console whilst Meishio went into her own room, both of them entering once they were prepared. While Yu Rou went to meet Feng Yuxiang and Meishio wandered around to find her location, Yuan remained in the real world to cultivate. Currently, his priority was to raise his cultivation as fast as possible so that his body could recover faster, and he still had a few days until the inner court disciple examination. Meanwhile, after entering the game, Yu Rou began making her way towards the Golden Phoenix Bazaar. Many minutes later, Yu Rou arrived at the Golden Phoenix Bazaar, and she proceeded to stand outside the street to wait for Feng Yuxiang. When the guards saw this, they tilted their heads. Normally, one can't loiter around the Golden Phoenix Bazaar even if they are outside the street. However, since Yu Rou was quite the eye candy, they didn't want to drive her away and allowed her to stay there so they could look at her beauty. For more, visit lightnovel/pub.com. Looks like she's waiting for somebody. Do you think it's her boyfriend? One of the two guards there asked. If it is, then that man is a damn fool, said the other guard, and he continued, if she was my girl, I wouldn't make her wait so long. In fact, I'd even be here before sunrise. Do you want to go speak with her? Maybe you'll get lucky. I don't know, man. You think I should? I wouldn't be saying it if I didn't. Go get her. The guard nodded, and just as he prepared to approach Yu Rou, a burst of flames appeared in the sky before descending directly outside the Golden Phoenix Bazaar, shocking the guards and everybody there. That's Madame Feng. Madame Feng is back. The guards were greatly shocked by her appearance, as Feng Yuxiang's whereabouts had been unknown for a while now. Many people could be seen running out of their stores in the Golden Phoenix Bazaar when they noticed Feng Yuxiang's aura, and they quickly approached Yu Rou and Feng Yuxiang. Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. Where have you been, Madame Feng? The city's lord has been worried sick ever since you disappeared. Madame Feng. Are you finally back at the Golden Phoenix Bazaar? I've missed you and your shop, Madame Feng. Please come back to us. The Golden Phoenix Bazaar is not the same without your presence. It feels empty. Feng Yuxiang looked at the people swarming them with a nonchalant expression on her face, and she spoke a moment later. I am busy with other things, so no, I won't be returning. What? What are you busy with, Madame Feng? Perhaps we can help you. Yeah. We'll do everything in our power to help you accomplish your needs. Hearing their words, Feng Yuxiang coldly snorted and said, none of you can help me. Just forget about it. I won't return to the Golden Bazaar Phoenix no matter what you say. She then turned to look at Yu Rou and asked her, are you ready to leave? Yes. The source of this content is lig/novelpub.com. Feng Yuxiang then wrapped her arm around Yu Rou's waist before soaring towards the heavens. Madame Feng. Please come back to us. Despite the desperate shouting from below, Feng Yuxiang ignored it and asked Yu Rou, Red Pearl City, right? If we head to the teleportation device 3 cities away, we arrive at the destination in less than a day. Thank you, Senior Feng. Yu Rou said to her. You can call me by my nickname just like the young master. Feng Yuxiang said to her as she began flying away from Phoenix City. While Feng Yuxiang and Yu Rou made their way towards Red Pearl City, Meishio wandered around the area until she could see city walls in the distance. Ding! You have discovered Tang City, Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. However, since Meishio was not really interested in Cultivation online, she logged off after learning the name of her location. Yuan, are you awake? Meishio asked him after entering his room. Yes, what's the matter? Yuan stopped cultivating and responded. I am in a place called Tang City. I see. I'll let Feng know once she's finished helping Yu Rou. I understand. In the meantime, can you check my bank account to see how much money is left in there? The information is, after giving Meishio his personal bank account information, Meishio used her phone to look at his bank balance. A few moments later, she spoke in a low voice, Yuan, there's no money in this bank account. The balance is literally zero. Visit li/gitnov/lpub.com for the best novel reading experience. What? Yuan exclaimed in a shocked voice. Where did his money go? He doesn't recall spending any of it either. Chapter 247. A year ago. I don't have any money in my bank account. How's that possible? I haven't touched it since I got it. Yuan pondered for a moment before realizing something. However, before he could even say anything, Meishio spoke. The statement says the money, all $242,690, had been transferred to another bank account last year. 200,000? I guess I had more than just a couple of thousand inside. As for where the money went, I can only imagine that it was my parents who took them. Yuan sighed. And he continued, although I don't know how much I actually earned during my professional days, they really don't intend on leaving anything for me even though I earned it, huh? And if they'd taken the money a year ago, that means they were already prepared to disown me at that time. Meishio was silent as she listened to Yuan's grumbling. If she recalls correctly, not even mentioning the money Yuan had won from major competitions, his parents would earn millions of dollars every single time Yuan went on the stage to perform in front of an audience. In fact, the larger performances easily earned them tens of millions of dollars. It is safe to assume that Yuan was the Yu family's golden goose, hence why his parents waited so long before officially abandoning him. Furthermore, Yuan would perform almost every other day, and if he was not performing for an audience, he would be participating in competitions, and he did this for many years. One can safely assume that Yuan had earned the Yu family hundreds of millions of dollars if not billions when he was playing for them. However, despite everything he's done and given them, the Yu family discarded him when they deemed him useless, and even worse, they were shameless enough to take what little he had left, leaving him with literally nothing. Perhaps this is why they even adopted me in the first place, because they can dispose of me whenever they feel like it since I'm not their real son. Yuan sighed inwardly. Visit light.no/vel/p/ub.com for the best novel reading experience anyway, since my parents have access to that account, I cannot use it anymore. I will need a new bank account. But how do I open one? Yuan asked a moment later. We can ask the young lady once she's done with the game, Meishio suggested. Okay. Thus, Yuan returned to cultivating whilst Meishio went to clean the house even though it was already pretty clean. Many hours later, Yu Rou finally arrived at Red Pearl City with Feng Yuxiang. Thank you, Feng. Yu Rou said to her as they landed in front of the city entrance, shocking the pedestrians and guards there. Don't even mention it. Feng Yuxiang said, and she continued, anyway, I will return to the young master's side now. But before I leave. Feng Yuxiang reached into her spatial ring and retrieved a small red pouch before handing it to Yu Rou. Take this. If you're ever in danger, just use the life-saving treasures inside. This content is taken from light//novel/pub/com. You don't have to. Yu Rou hesitated to accept such precious treasures for free. It's okay. The young master cares for you very much, and he will be sad if anything happens to you. After a moment of silence, Yu Rou reluctantly accepted the treasures. Thank you, Feng. I'll definitely repay you in the future. Feng Yuxiang nodded before flying away, making her way back to the Dragon Essence Temple. Young master's sister, she doesn't share the same bloodline as the young master. Feng Yuxiang thought to herself as she soared in the sky. After spending a few hours with Yu Rou, Feng Yuxiang couldn't help but probe Yu Rou's body with her spiritual energy, and to her surprise, she noticed that Yu Rou and Yuan belonged to a different bloodline. Even without tasting Yu Rou's blood, as a phoenix and a divine beast, she has the ability to examine one's bloodline just by being in close contact with them, and while she was curious about their real relationship, Feng Yuxiang didn't dare to probe too deeply into their business. No wonder why the young master is extremely talented whilst his sister is somewhat lacking. So they weren't related in the first place. Feng Yuxiang thought to herself. While Yuan's presence radiated with overwhelming talents, Yu Rou, on the other hand, was only above average compared to the cultivators of this world, at least that's how she appeared in Feng Yuxiang's eyes, which didn't make sense at first. But if they were not real siblings, that explained their disparity. Visit lightnove/pub.com for a better experience. After arriving at Red Pearl City, Yu Rou logged off the game to let Xia Jingyi know. Jingyi? I have arrived at Red Pearl City. Yu Rou said to her over the phone. What? Already? That's super quick. How did you do it? Xianxia's surprised voice resounded shortly later. Let's just say I had a little assistance from a friend, Yu Rou chuckled. Anyways, it's already late, and we have school tomorrow, so let's play next weekend. Okay. Xianxia quickly said. After hanging up the phone, Yu Rou went to knock on Yuan's door. Brother Tian, I have arrived at my destination, and Feng Feng is returning to your side now, she said to him. That's good, Yuan said. Visit/live//novelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. I'm going to prepare your dinner now. Yu Rou said. Wait for a second, Yu Rou. Before you go, I have something to tell you. What's the matter? Yu Rou asked. Well, it's about my bank account. It's completely empty. Yuan said in a sighing voice. What? Yu Rou stared at him with wide eyes. Yuan then explained the situation to her. After learning the situation, Yu Rou was greatly shocked, even disgusted by her parents' actions. How could they do something like this, much less to their own son? That's your money. Something you earned. They have no right to take it from you. And to think they did it last year. Completely shameless and disgusting. Yu Rou exclaimed, immediately feeling enraged. Chapter 248 Real World Trading. It's okay, Yu Rou. Fortunately for us, your friend allowed me to stay here for free. Yuan said a moment later. Even if that's the case, their actions are inexcusable. It's like they're doing everything they can to ruin your life. How can they do that to their own children? That's despicable. Yu Rou sighed. Because I'm not really their child. Yuan sighed, feeling a strong urge to reveal everything to Yu Rou at this moment, but had managed to resist such urges at the end. Anyways, what should we do now? That bank account is no longer safe, so I will need to put my money somewhere else. Yuan asked her a moment later. I can open up a new account for you tomorrow, brother. But until you have enough money, I will pay for your expenses, Yu Rou said. Are you sure? Of course. How else are you going to pay for your food and other necessities? Although I'm not rich, I have more than enough to help you. Yu Rou said. And she continued, but you should really sell your in-game stuff as soon as possible, brother, as the value for gold has been decreasing lately since people are growing stronger, allowing them to grind gold at a faster rate, not to mention the number of new players joining the game every day. It's not really bad right now since the game is still fairly new and the rich people are buying as much gold as they can to upgrade their avatars, but every dollar counts, especially when the family is no longer supporting you. How much are gold coins worth, anyway? Yuan suddenly asked. Let me check real quick. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovels/p/ub.com. Yu Rou proceeded to check on her phone. According to the most popular trading website right now, 1 gold is worth about $7, so it dropped a few bucks since the wealth leaderboards came out. $7 for a single gold coin? That's very profitable, no? Yuan said in a surprised voice. If he has 1 million gold coins, that's about $7 million in the real world. If you think about it, it's not easy to earn money in, and it usually takes on average 3 to 4 hours for the average player to earn a single gold coin. Of course, if you're a powerful cultivator who can fight high-level monsters, you can make much more by selling their materials and monster cores, but not many people are at that level. Even the top players just recently entered Spirit Warrior despite spending tens of millions of real-life money for gold and treasures to boost their cultivations. Speaking of cultivation, what level are you at right now? Yu Rou suddenly asked. Me? The peak of Spirit Warrior, about to enter Spirit Master. Yuan casually responded. Peak Spirit Warrior? Yu Rou's jaw dropped after hearing his words. Yuan had managed to surpass the top players by almost an entire realm without spending a single penny? That's simply too crazy. Too overwhelming. The difference was too vast. Even if the top players spend hundreds of millions, they probably won't be able to reach Yuan's level. Updated from lightnovelpus/b, if the world knew of Brother Tian's cultivation, they'd probably go crazy, even more than currently. Yu Rou thought to herself. Since you're this powerful, it shouldn't be a problem for you to earn gold in cultivation online. However, there is something even more precious than gold, and that is raw materials and treasures. Yu Rou then said. And she continued, let's say you have 1,000,000 gold and a treasure worth 1,000,000 gold. If you sold the gold coins, you'll only get 7 million. However, if you sell the treasure, people will definitely pay more, at least 30% more. After all, treasures are more unique than gold, so it's always better to sell resources and treasures. How much would a divine grade treasure sell for? Yuan suddenly asked. Divine grade? Do you intend on selling a treasure at that grade? Yu Rou looked at him with a surprised expression. Yes. I obtained this divine grade zither after winning the competition, but I don't really need it, as I already have another zither. Yuan said. A divine grade instrument. The families with a music background will go crazy for that. But I'm not sure about the price since nobody has sold anything even close to this grade before. What's the most expensive item that has been sold thus far? Xiaohua sold a heaven grade with peak quality to an auction house for over 30 million gold coins before. Yuan said. 30 million gold coins? That must be when you unlocked the wealth leaderboards. If you'd sold that in the market, you'd have earned at least $300 million. Yu Rou exclaimed. New novel chapters are published on /light/novelpub. Well, yeah, but I don't really consider that my money since it was Xiaohua's treasure that was sold, Yuan said. If you sell the divine grade zither, you can easily get $500 million, Brother Tian. That's more than enough to support yourself for many years. Are you going to sell it? Yu Rou asked him. Yes. I plan on selling it. But how do I go about selling something so precious? Indeed, you cannot sell something that precious in an ordinary market. However, I know just the place for expensive treasures, the auction house. Yu Rou said. You can place the zither in an online auction house with a minimum starting price and the highest bidder gets to buy it. How will the trade work? Do I give them the treasure before or after they pay? Either way, this doesn't seem safe. Yuan said. After all, what if the buyer just logs off the game after receiving the item without paying? How can you chase the scammer, much less get your items back? Wait for them to log back on and kill them? Don't worry, brother. Although it's not perfect, there's a system in place for that. Yu Rou said, and she proceeded to explain to him about the system in more detail. Chapter 249 Officially Disowned. Let me explain to you how the online auction house works. Yu Rou said, and she proceeded to explain. First, a seller will list the item in the auction house, and if the item exceeds a certain price threshold, a staff member from the website must verify the item before the treasure is allowed to be auctioned. Once the treasure is verified in-game by a staff member and the auction begins, verified accounts will be allowed to bid on the item. At the end of the auction, the player with the highest bid will deposit the money on the website, which cannot be touched until the transaction is completed or cancelled. Once the staff member confirms the money is there, the seller will meet a staff member in-game and hand the treasure to the staff member. After the website confirms that the treasure is indeed the real thing, they will proceed to transfer the money to the seller's bank account before handing the treasure to the buyer, completing the transaction. I know there are some obvious flaws with this system, such as the staff member working together with others to scam the seller or vice versa, but that hasn't happened yet, and the website itself is very popular and reliable with millions of dollars in transaction every day, so I doubt they would risk their reputation over a treasure. In fact, even the government is watching them closely, so they won't do anything stupid. I see. Then let's do that. Yuan said. Okay. I'll create an anonymous account for you when I get home later. Yu Rou said. Thank you. The source of this content is lightno/vel/pub/com. Sometime later, Yu Rou went to cook dinner whilst Meishio assisted her. After feeding Yuan, Yu Rou went back home to create an account for Yuan. Let's see. Register a new account, anonymous, seller, current location. Eastern continent, complete. After spending a few minutes on the website, Yu Rou created an anonymous account for Yuan, so that people won't see his player name when he sells things in the auction house. Of course, it would be better for one to show their name, especially if they're a top player, as that would give them more credibility. Good. Now I just need to wait until Meishio meets with Brother Tian so that we can begin earning some money. Yu Rou chuckled. Follow current novels on lighten/uvel/pub. C/OM. If Yuan seriously wanted to earn money through real-world trading, he could easily become one of the richest players in this world with the stuff he currently has. However, knowing her brother, he probably doesn't care much about fame or wealth. Just as Yu Rou prepared to enter her bed to sleep, her phone began ringing. A frown appeared on Yu Rou's face when she saw the caller, but she picked it up regardless. Hello, mother. I'm tired of waiting. What's his decision? Tang Li spoke in a cold voice. Brother. I tried to convince him, but he refuses to play the instruments again. Yu Rou responded in a nervous voice. Damn. That fucking useless piece of shit. How dare he defy us after all that we've done for him? If it weren't for us, he would have remained as a nobody. If it weren't for us, he wouldn't have survived this long in his condition. Good. If this is his decision, then he can get the hell out of my family. I doubt he'll even survive a week in that condition without our support. Hearing her mother's enraged voice and insults towards Yuan, Yu Rou's body trembled in anger, and she tightly gritted her teeth, resisting her urges to curse Tang Li out loud. Follow current novels on lightno/velp/ub/com. Furthermore, I forbid you from meeting him from now on. He's officially disowned. Therefore, he's no different than a stranger now. Tang Li suddenly said. What? That's unreasonable, mother. Yu Rou immediately said in a panicked voice, her voice even cracking a bit from shock. Shut up. As long as you're part of this family, you will listen to us. Unless you want to follow in your brother's footsteps and leave the family, don't you dare talk back to your parents. Do you understand me? Yu Rou wanted to rebel at that moment and follow Yuan's decision by leaving the family. However, she ultimately resisted her impulses. After all, even if she cannot see Yuan anymore, she can still help him from the shadows. However, if she left the family, she will no longer be able to help Yuan in case of emergencies. Furthermore, she's still a minor who has to attend school. It was unrealistic and irresponsible for someone like her to suddenly leave the family. Well? I don't think I heard your answer, Yu Rou. Tang Li's voice resounded again. I understand, mother. I will no longer see Brother Tian. Yu Rou responded in a pained voice, as she never thought that she would one day utter such words. I don't want to hear that useless thing's name anymore either. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub/c/om. Sometime later, Tang Li closed the connection. After hanging up, Yu Rou tossed her phone on the bed before burying her face in the pillow and bawling her eyes out until she cried herself to sleep a few hours later, soaking the pillow with her tears. Early in the morning, Yu Rou woke up before sunrise as usual. Since she has been waking up at the same time almost every day for the past few years to take care of Yuan, her body would instinctively wake up. However, after remembering that Yuan was no longer part of the family, Yu Rou closed her eyes and went back to sleep, but to nobody's surprise, she was unable to go back to sleep. I'm sorry, brother, for being so powerless. She mumbled in a dispirited voice. Once it was time for school, despite having no motivation or energy to leave the bed, Yu Rou struggled with herself until she was in the car. Sometime later, Yu Rou went to pick up Meishio at the apartment. Did something happen, young lady? Your eyes are red, and you look exhausted. Did you not sleep last night? Meishio asked her in a worried tone after seeing her messy appearance. New novel chapters are published on lig/novelpub/ calm, I'll explain everything later. Yu Rou sighed. Chapter 250 Desperation and Passion. After struggling to pay attention and stay awake in her classes, Yu Rou managed to endure until lunchtime. Sister Rou, did something happen to you? I noticed that you were dozing off during class. This is unprecedented. Xianxia asked her after they sat down for lunch. It's a long story. Yu Rou sighed. If you don't want to say it, no, I'll tell you, since you're somewhat related now. Yu Rou said, and she proceeded to explain to them what had happened yesterday and how her mother forbade her from seeing Yuan. Cough. Cough. What? Xianxia almost choked on her drink after listening to Yu Rou, and she slammed the desk in anger. How can she do that to you and your brother, her own children? I have never seen such despicable people before. I'm sorry for yelling at your parents, Sister Rou, but I just can't remain calm after hearing what they did. Xianxia said. Don't worry about it, Xianxia. I also feel that what my parents did is unforgivable. However, there's nothing I can do, and it's not like I could just leave the family. If I was even half as talented as Brother Tian, perhaps I would have some saying in the family, but alas, that's not the case. Yu Rou sighed. While it's true that Yuan could support both of them if he begins real-world trading, there are things in this world that cannot be solved even with money. Furthermore, she doesn't intend on letting Yuan take care of her forever. If anything, it should be the other way around, she should be taking care of him. However, she can't do that if she leaves the family, and the biggest problem is that she's still a minor, whilst Yuan is considered an adult. This content is taken from /lightnov//lpub. C/OM, what are you going to do now, Sister Rou? Xianxia asked her a moment later. I honestly don't know, but we can only continue with our plans and see how it goes. If things don't work out, we will think of something else. Yu Rou said. If you need anything, just let me know, Sister Rou. I'll do my best to support you and your brother. Xianxia said. Thank you, Jingyi. Yu Rou said to her with a sweet smile. What should I do, young lady? If the masters find out that I'm helping the young master, there's a good chance they'll also force me to stop. Meishio suddenly said. You'll continue taking care of Brother Tian since there's nobody else we can trust right now. I'll try my best to keep your business a secret. If my parents find out. Once again, well, think of something. Yu Rou said to her. I understand, young lady. Meishio nodded. Meanwhile, Yuan continued to cultivate in his room, reaching 3rd level spirit warrior an hour before Meishio returned. Young master. I mean, Yuan, I have something news regarding the young lady. Meishio said in a solemn voice. Updated from light/no/velpu/b. Calm HM. Did something happen to Yu Rou? Yuan asked in a worried voice. Well, after taking a deep breath, Meishio explained to him the situation, how he's officially disowned and kicked out of the Yu family and how they forbade Yu Rou from seeing him anymore. Yu Rou can't see me anymore. Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. After taking longer than necessary to understand the meaning behind such words, mostly because he was shocked, Yuan gritted his teeth in anger. I don't care if they take away all of my possessions and money. I don't even care if they kick me out of the family. However, to think they'd stoop as low as this. They're clearly using Yu Rou to purposefully piss me off. Yuan subconsciously tightened his hands to make a fist at this moment despite not feeling them, and his fingers trembled a bit, moving more than usual. Due to her attentiveness, Meishio did not miss this slight movement and nearly cried out loud of shock after seeing it. Visit lightnovelpub/c/om for the best novel reading experience. I wasn't imagining things just now, right? Yuan, his fingers, it moved. Meishio cried inwardly, unsure how much of what she just witnessed was real or just her imagination. However, after rubbing her eyes and looking again, she couldn't see Yuan's fingers moving anymore. Perhaps it really was just my imagination? She wondered. I swear, if they made Yu Rou cry just to get back at me. Yuan said, experiencing an indescribable feeling of rage in his heart that felt similar to heartburn. Dub. 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 Yuan could feel his heart racing, unaware of the flame in his heart that was expanding larger and fiercer. Feeling a subtle but suffocating atmosphere suddenly appear in the room, Mei Xiu spoke in a nervous voice, I am going to prepare dinner now. And she quickly escaped the room, immediately feeling better after leaving Yuan's room. What was the feeling just now? Mei Xiu wondered to herself as she wiped the cold sweats off her forehead. This content is taken from light//nov/pub. C/om. Meanwhile, Yuan tried his best to calm down, but alas, it was much more difficult than had expected. I thought only the cultivation world would have such unreasonable people, but it appears that such people exist in this world as well, and they even used to be my own parents. Yuan sighed inwardly after realizing this fact. Unfortunately, unlike Cultivation Online where he has many powerful supporters, he could only rely on Yu Rou and a few other people in this world. Furthermore, his movements are extremely limited, making it impossible for him to do anything about this situation. If only I could move. If only I am not so useless in this world. Yuan gritted his teeth in frustration. The only thing I can do right now is to improve my cultivation. With this thought in mind, Yuan began cultivating again despite the unpleasant feeling in his heart that is desperation mixed with passion. A few moments later, a gentle breeze appeared in the room as Yuan's cultivation speed suddenly increased even more, but alas, he was too focused to notice this change. Chapter 251 Soul Techniques. After cooking dinner, Mei Xiu went back into Yuan's room to feed him. However, she was a little bit nervous to enter his room at first, fearing that uncomfortable atmosphere that still lingered in her body. Yuan stopped cultivating the moment he noticed Mei Xiu standing in front of his room. Sometime later, Mei Xiu began feeding Yuan 3 bowls of soup. After Yuan gobbled down all 3 bowls of soup with ease, Mei Xiu gently wiped his lips with a wet towel. Allow me to wipe your body now, said Mei Xiu in a somewhat shaky voice. Okay. Mei Xiu proceeded to unbutton Yuan's customized pajamas and began wiping his body down with a warm wet towel. His body. It's even more refined and muscular than last time. Just how does his body work? Mei Xiu wondered to herself as she wiped every nook and cranny of his body before moving to the lower areas. Mei Xiu swallowed nervously as she carefully wiped his lower body, trying her best to avoid another accident like last time. A few minutes later, Mei Xiu buttoned his clothes back up before leaving the room to clean up. New novel chapters are published on //l/itno/velpub.com. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to cultivating. After cleaning the dishes and taking a shower, Mei Xiu visited Yuan one more time before bed to see if he needed anything. Good night, Mei Xiu. Good night. Once Mei Xiu went to sleep, Yuan began absorbing the spiritual energy in the area. Is it because we're living in a higher place that there's more spiritual energy here? Yuan wondered to himself as he realized that compared to his old home, the spiritual energy in this place was more abundant. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. Time passed in a flashing speed as Yuan deeply indulged himself in his cultivation, achieving another breakthrough and reaching 4th level Spirit Warrior. At this rate, they'll catch up to my cultivation in. Yuan thought to himself. This content is taken from /lightnovelpub.com. Wait a second, Yuan suddenly came to a realization. If I could use divine sense when I am only a spirit warrior in, perhaps I'll also be able to divine sense in this world with my current cultivation? Yuan could feel his heartbeats quickening immediately after this thought. What if he can use divine sense to see again? This way, even if he cannot move, he can at least see his surroundings. With this thought in mind, Yuan immediately began trying to use divine sense. Let's see. Divine sense. Yuan tried to replicate the feeling he gets when he uses divine sense in, but after trying for a couple of minutes without any results, Yuan gave up for the moment. Why can't I use divine sense? Do I have to reach Spirit Master before I can use divine sense like Xiaohua once said? Yuan wondered to himself. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel Pub. C//OM. Just like how he couldn't immediately break through to Spirit Warrior from Spirit Apprentice without enlightenment like he had in the game, perhaps he can't use divine sense until he's a Spirit Master either. Or maybe I'm just not used to divine sense enough to use it in the real world. I should practice in Cultivation online after breakfast and try again later. Meishio woke up early in the morning to prepare breakfast. After feeding Yuan, she went to school with Yu Rou whilst Yuan went into Cultivation online to practice his divine sense. Xiaohua, are there any tricks to learning divine sense? Yuan decided to ask the expert before doing anything. Unfortunately, just like enlightenment, divine sense is something one naturally learns when they reach Spirit Master. Of course, there are geniuses who learn divine sense before that like Brother Yuan. These people are very rare. Xiaohua said to him. I see. Then is there any way to practice divine sense to make it stronger? He then asked. As long as you continue using it, you'll naturally improve. Though there are methods to training one's divine sense, and that is to cultivate soul techniques. Soul techniques? How are they any different compared to normal cultivation techniques? As the name suggests, soul technique specifically trains one's spirit and soul. However, these techniques are very rare and even the lowest rank soul techniques can be worth more than heaven rank cultivation techniques. New novel chapters are published on Lighten/Ovalpub / C/OM. What? They're that valuable? Yuan was shocked to learn this. Of course. While it's relatively easy for a cultivator to train their physical bodies and their cultivation bases, training their soul is an entirely different matter, and without the proper technique, there's a high chance of damaging their soul, a risk no sane cultivator would dare to risk since a damaged soul usually means instant death with no chance of reincarnation. Xiao Rou said. And she continued, training one's soul is a very delicate matter that requires extreme care and attention, as a single mistake could cost even an immortal their entire life. Immortals and reincarnation? Do they really exist? Yuan couldn't help but ask. While immortals are definitely very real, reincarnation, on the other hand. There has been no solid evidence it exists. However, many if not most cultivators believe in reincarnation, said Xiaohua. I see. Thank you, Xiaohua. I'll practice my divine sense the normal way since I don't have a soul technique and I don't feel like touching something that dangerous without more knowledge. Xiaohua will help Brother Yuan. Xiaohua said, and she continued, sit down and activate your divine sense. Yuan nodded and followed her instructions. Once he was seated in the lotus position, he closed his eyes and activated his divine sense. Visit Light/Novel Pub. Com for the best novel reading experience. Now try to expand your divine sense until you can no longer expand it. Xiaohua's voice resounded. A few moments later, Yuan expanded his divine sense until he reached his limit, feeling like someone trying to stretch their arms without moving. Good. Now keep your divine sense like that until you can no longer endure it, Brother Yuan. This will improve your endurance and strength at the same time, Xiaohua said to him like a lecturer. Chapter 252. A Bored Face. Yuan followed Xiaohua's instruction and kept his divine sense active and as far out as he could manage until he could no longer keep it up due to exhaustion. It's really tiring trying to maintain divine sense. It's much more exhausting than using cultivation techniques. Yuan said afterward while panting. That's obvious, Brother Yuan, since using divine sense requires more than just your spiritual energy, as it uses your mental strength as well. With that being said, Brother Yuan is only a spirit warrior whilst people normally unlock their divine sense as a spirit master. Compared to the others, Brother Yuan is already miles ahead. Yuan nodded his head and rested until he recovered his mental and spiritual energy before he began training his divine sense again, and he repeated this process for nearly the entire day. Just as Yuan prepared to log off, Feng Yuxiang returned to the house. I'm back, young master. Feng Yuxiang said, sounding like a family member after a long day at work. Welcome back, Feng Feng. Thank you for taking my sister to that location, Yuan said to her. Don't even mention it, young master. It's my pleasure to help you. After all, as long as this contract stands, my everything belongs to you. Feng Yuxiang said with a smile on her face. And she continued, what about your other friend who's in the Western continent? Oh, right. Her name is Meishio, and she's currently at Tang City in the Western continent. New novel chapters are published on lightnov/pub. Tang City, right? Got it. What does she look like, young master? It'll make things much more convenient since I have never seen her before. Feng Yuxiang then asked. How does she look? Yuan was speechless, as he hasn't seen Mixia's appearance since he lost his eyesight over a decade ago. Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrows, and she spoke a moment later in a puzzled voice. You don't know what your friend looks like, young master? Well. It's been a very long time since I last saw her, after all. Yuan quickly thought of an excuse. Oh, I see. Then what do you remember about her? Feng Yuxiang then asked. Yuan closed his eyes to think, recalling Mixia's features when she was young. She has this naturally bored-looking face, or more precisely, she always looks bored, almost like nothing in this world could entertain her. I think you'll immediately notice her since she really stands out. Yuan said as he recalled Mixia's face. I see. Feng Yuxiang nodded with a somewhat dazed expression on her face, as she didn't expect such an awkward description. For more, visit lightnovel/pub/com. She will be at the city entrance waiting for you. Yuan suddenly said. The entrance, right? I understand. I'll see you in a few days, young master. Stay safe. Feng Yuxiang said to him before turning around and leaving the house again. Whoosh. Two large and majestic flaming wings appeared behind Feng Yuxiang's back, and with a single flap of her wings, Feng Yuxiang soared many miles into the distance. See you tomorrow, Xiaohua. See you later, brother Yuan. After logging off the game, Yuan immediately tried to use his divine sense, but alas, there were no results. I shouldn't expect immediate results. This could take days, even months before anything happens. However, no matter how long it takes, as long as there's a chance that I can see again. Yuan motivated himself. Sometime later, Meishio returned home and began preparing dinner. For more, visit Light Novel Pub. During dinner, Yuan said to her, Meishio, my friend Feng Feng is heading to the Western continent right now, and shall probably be there in a few days. If you have time, log into the game and see if she arrived yet. What does this friend of yours look like? Meishio asked. She's a really pretty lady with long black hair and brown eyes. She also wears red clothes that seem a little too small for her since it sticks to her skin. Yuan said as he recalled Feng Yuxiang's image in his head. Sticks to her skin. Meishio raised her eyebrows, thinking that this person must be wearing a tight dress or something to show off her body, but Yuan is too oblivious to realize it. I understand. I will check the game whenever I'm available. Meishio then said. After dinner, Meishio went to do her own things whilst Yuan tried activating his divine sense again. An hour later, Yuan gave up and went to cultivate instead. The following morning, after Meishio finished feeding Yuan breakfast, he went into the game while Meishio went to school. Let's train my divine sense today as well. Yuan sat down and quickly activated his divine sense with more determination than ever. Visit light/novelpub.com for a better experience. However, a few hours into his training, someone knocked on his door, forcing him to stop for the time being. Who could it be? Yuan wondered to himself as he went to open the door. Standing outside his doorsteps was a beautiful young lady with a familiar-looking face. Hello, Min Li. It's been a while. Yuan said to her. Hello, disciple Yuan. I hope I'm not bothering you. Min Li greeted him back. No, you're fine. Do you need something? Yuan then asked. Min Li shook her head and said, nothing, really. I heard about what happened recently and how you defeated the third strongest outer court disciple, taking his place in the power ranking. Congratulations. Although it wasn't my intention to fight him, thank you, Yuan said with a somewhat stiff smile. Disciple Yuan, you may be a spirit warrior and with extreme talents that this world has never seen before, but I won't give up on trying to catch up to you. Follow current novels on l/ig/novelpub, Min Li said, and she suddenly released her aura, surprising Yuan. You managed to break through to spirit warrior? Congratulations. Yuan congratulated her in a sincere voice. Thank you. Min Li felt embarrassed by his words for some reason and began blushing in response. Anyway, I'm going to return to my training now. I'll talk to you later, Disciple Yuan. Okay. See you. Yuan nodded. Min Li then turned around and walked away. Chapter 253 Inner Court Disciple Examination. After Min Li left, Yuan went back inside his house and returned to training his divine sense. However, not even an hour later, he could hear the door being knocked on again. Who is it this time? Yuan mumbled as he went to open the door. Are you Disciple Yuan? A middle-aged woman wearing sect elder robes stood outside his door this time. Yes, I am. Yuan nodded. I am here to notify you that the Inner Court Disciple Examination will begin tomorrow morning, and you must be present at Jade Peak before sunrise or you'll automatically fail. Do you have any questions for me? Jade Peak before sunrise, right? I will be there. Thank you. Yuan said to the sect elder. The sect elder left the place shortly later. After leaving Yuan's place, the sect elder sighed to herself. This is my first time notifying a disciple in such a manner. What am I? Some kind of messenger? However, this is an order from a high-ranking elder, so I have no choice but to do it. Yuan returned to his room afterward, and he mumbled, Inner Court Disciple, huh? I kind of want to experience life as an Outer Court Disciple some more, but I don't really know if there's anything else I can do as an Outer Court Disciple that an Inner Court Disciple cannot do. The source of this content is lightno/ve/pub. Brother Yuan is an abnormal existence. Even though you have the title of an Outer Court Disciple, you don't really get treated like one, and you're already too powerful to experience the struggle that other Outer Court Disciples must endure. Xiaohua said to him. Is that so? But there's nothing I can do about that. What a pity. Yuan sighed. Once Brother Yuan travels to the upper heavens where there are more geniuses, you might be able to experience the struggles some people go through, or not, since I highly doubt someone as talented as Brother Yuan would struggle in anything that's related to cultivation. Anyways, I'll participate in this examination and become an Inner Court Disciple tomorrow. For now, let's continue focusing on training my divine sense. Thus, Yuan returned to his training. Once the sun began setting, Yuan logged off the game and waited for Meishio to return. Of course, he tried to activate his divine sense again but to no avail. After dinner, he said to her, Meishio, I'm going to stay in the game tonight since there will be an event early tomorrow morning, and I don't want to wake you up earlier than you already do. It's fine. I don't mind. Your health is more important to me. When do you need to enter the game? Meishio asked him. Are you sure? I can just stay in the game. It's not my first time doing this, anyways. Of course, Yu Rou approved of this as well. New novel chapters are published on l/i/novel/pub/com, if the young lady also allowed it then. Meishio said, then she continued after a brief pause, what about breakfast? You'll miss breakfast at this rate, it's only one meal, it'll be fine. Furthermore, it'll be in the game, so I won't really feel any hunger. I understand. Then good night, Yuan. Good night. After Yuan went inside the game, Meishio went to do her own things before falling asleep. Inside the game, Yuan proceeded to spend the entire night training his divine sense. Brother Yuan, your divine sense's range has increased by almost a dozen meters since you began training. At this rate, it won't be long before you surpass me, Brother Yuan. Xiaohua said. You're exaggerating, Xiaohua. It'll take me years before I can catch up to you. Yuan sighed. Xiaohua looked at Yuan and blinked her eyes in a dazed manner. Follow current novels on lig/novelpub/com if Yuan had managed to reach the peak of Spirit Warrior in just a few weeks as a mortal who has never cultivated before, one can only imagine what he could achieve in a few years. Perhaps he might even ascend to the highest heaven and stand at the peak of this universe. Xiaohua suddenly turned to look at the window and said, Brother Yuan, it's almost sunrise. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Thank you for reminding me, Xiaohua. Once Xiaohua entered the necklace, Yuan made his way to the Jade Peak that was only a couple of minutes away if he ran. Meanwhile, at the Jade Peak, there were already over 100 outer court disciples gathered there, all of them preparing to take the inner court disciple examination. And just minutes before the sun fully rises, Yuan arrives at the Jade Peak, being the last person there. With that being said, since almost everybody there arrived hours earlier in advance with some even having slept there through the night in fear of missing the examination, Yuan was destined to be the last to arrive. The other disciples there frowned when they saw Yuan arriving right before the deadline. In their eyes, it was because Yuan couldn't care enough about the examination, hence why he was acting so carefree. Che! Why is someone like that participating in the examination? He's looking down on all of us with his carefree attitude. Right? Look at his casual-looking face. It's like he's taking a stroll in a park or something. New novel chapters are published on light/nov/pub/com. Forget about him. People like that won't make it through half of the examination. In other words, he won't become an inner court disciple. I have engraved his face into my soul. Just wait until I become an inner court disciple. I'll be sure to teach him a lesson or two about his behavior. To these outer court disciples that have trained for years and endured countless trials to reach this point, becoming an inner court disciple is something profoundly significant and honorable, with the inner court disciple examination being the sacred path that will lead them to that position, and for someone to act so nonchalant in this sacred exam was a blasphemy, even a slap at their faces. Chapter 254 Increasing the Standards. After arriving at the Jade Peak, Yuan could already feel an unpleasant atmosphere in the air when he noticed the other disciples staring at him with frowns on their faces. They seem unhappy. Did something happen? Or are they just nervous about the examination? Yuan wondered to himself, completely oblivious that they were angry at him for being on time, as that was completely unreasonable. And while the other disciples only mumbled to each other, one of them was actually brave enough to approach Yuan and said loudly, Hey! You! What's your name? Me? Yuan, he calmly responded. Yuan? Why does that name sound so familiar? The disciples there wondered when they heard Yuan's name. Oh, shit! He's that outer court disciple who defeated the Mad Tiger recently. One of them quickly realized and exclaimed in a surprised voice, shocking the other disciples. What? He's the new disciple who took Mad Tiger's third place in the power ranking? No wonder why he dares to act so carefree in the inner court disciple examination. The outer disciples there immediately found Yuan's late arrival to be more understanding now and felt less offended. He's a new disciple who only recently joined the sect, right? Why is he participating in the inner court disciple examination already? Even the top geniuses in our sect usually wait half a year before they decide to become an inner court disciple. Maybe he's just that confident. Who knows? The source of this content is lightnovelp/ub. C/om. Even though he's defeated the Mad Tiger, you cannot become an inner court disciple with just raw strength, after all. While the disciples mumbled to each other, Yuan asked the disciple who spoke to him, Do you need something from me? And no. I just wanted to know the names of those who will be participating in the examination with me. I'm sorry if ID bothered you. And good luck. The disciple acted very humbly after realizing that he was standing before the one who was said to have defeated the mad tiger without lifting a finger. I see. Good luck to you, too. Yuan nodded at the disciple, who quickly turned around and walked back into the crowd. A few seconds after Yuan gathered with the other disciples, the sect elder that went to Yuan's house to notify him of the examination appeared before them and said, "Hello, outer court disciples. I am Elder Tantai. Everybody here that is participating in the examination, follow me to the examination hall." Once Elder Tantai turned around and began walking, the disciples there followed her like a group of ducklings. Half an hour later, they arrived at the borders between the outer court and the inner court. That is the examination hall. It's where one comes out either as an inner court disciple or remains as an outer court disciple. Elder Tantai pointed at the massive stadium in the distance. A few minutes later, they arrived at the large entrance to this place. Updated from lightnovelpub.com. Once we walk through these doors, whether you become an inner court disciple or not today, you will not enter these doors again for another year. Elder Tantai said. If they become an inner court disciple, even if they are a cultivation genius, it will take them more than 1 year to even qualify to take the examination to become a core disciple. As for those who fail to become an inner court disciple today, they will have to wait another year before they can try the examination again. Elder Tantai opened the door and walked inside. Sometime later, they arrived inside the stadium that was shaped like a football field in the modern world. It was a vast and spacious 1-mile-long field inside with a couple of gates towards the end. Once they were at the center of this field, Elder Tantai said, "For the examination, you will have to pass 3 tests." And she continued, "For the first test, we will test your endurance by lighting an incense that has poisonous properties, and you must protect yourself with your spiritual energy until the incense is completely burned. Don't worry if you're infected by the poison, as we have antidotes prepared. For the second test, we will test your combat prowess with a training puppet. Use your strongest and most experienced martial skill on it. Lastly, we will have you fight against a real magical beast at the peak of Spirit Apprentice. Of course, you must defeat it in order to pass. Does anyone have any questions before we begin?" Elder Tantai then asked. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. What kind of poison is it, Elder? Someone raised his hands and asked. Poison from a weeping serpent, said Elder Tantai without hesitation. What? The weeping serpent? The disciples were shocked when they heard this name, and some of them even began shaking in fear. Poison from a weeping serpent can kill anyone below Spirit Warrior within seconds, and most of the people there were only peak Spirit Apprentice with a few that just entered Spirit Warrior. What if they die before they even begin the second exam, much less become an inner court disciple? Furthermore, while they expected this sort of test since it has happened before in previous examinations, the sect has never used such a strong poison for the examination before. This is a first. Seeing the fear on the disciples' faces, Elder Tantai said, if you're too afraid of the poison, you may turn around and leave the examination hall. However, let me tell you, even if you come back next year, the poison won't get any weaker. In fact, it'll only grow stronger as time goes. The Dragon Essence Temple has decided to increase its standards for all disciples, after all. The disciples' eyes widened with shock when they heard this. The sect increased its standards? Why would they suddenly do that when the sect has remained the same for thousands of years? What caused this change? The most up-to-date novels are published on lightno/velpub.com. You have 10 seconds to decide whether you want to continue or not. 10. 9. Elder Tantai suddenly started the countdown, making the disciples panic even more. Chapter 255 Special Training Puppet. 3. 2. 1. After 10 seconds, to Elder Tantai's surprise, none of the disciples decided to leave the examination. Now then, let's continue with the examination, shall we? Elder Tantai placed a foot-long purple-colored incense stick into the ground and said, I want everybody to sit around the incense stick." The disciples followed her instruction, and a few moments later, all 121 disciples sat around the incense stick. "The exam will officially begin once I light the incense stick. If you're poisoned, I will immediately apply the antidote, but you will automatically fail the examination." The disciples swallowed nervously, and they watched as Elder Tantai lit the incense stick. Once the incense stick was lit, purple smoke began to fill the area quickly, but Elder Tantai remained standing directly beside the poisonous incense stick without a care in the world. Meanwhile, the disciples quickly began releasing their spiritual energy, covering their body with it so that the poisonous smoke won't be able to touch them. Of course, it required tremendous effort and a lot of stamina to maintain this state, and the disciples could feel their spiritual energy depleting at a rapid rate. As for Yuan, since he was a peak spirit warrior, he had plenty of spiritual energy to spare, and compared to the other disciples, he only needed to expend some of his spiritual energy to block the poison since his spiritual energy was much more powerful. Follow current novels on l/itnovelp/ub. Brother Yuan, you don't even need to use any spiritual energy to defend against poison at this level, Xiaohua's voice suddenly resounded in his head. Furthermore, with Brother Yuan's ability to resist poison, something that had obtained from consuming the demonic spider's monster core, the weeping serpent's poison won't have any effect on you. Really? Let me try it. Trusting Xiaohua's words, Yuan stopped cultivating and covering his body with spiritual energy, allowing the purple smoke to engulf his body. Xiaohua's right. I don't feel any different. Yuan was pleasantly surprised by this. However, when the sect elder saw this, she immediately retrieved a brown pill and tossed it at Yuan. "Eat it quickly or you'll die." Elder Tantai thought Yuan had already exhausted his cultivation and was exposed to the poison. Yuan subconsciously caught the brown pill, but he didn't eat it and instead said to her, "But I'm fine." "What?" Elder Tantai's eyes widened with surprise after hearing Yuan's word, and upon closer inspection, Yuan didn't appear to be struggling at all. Visit Lighten/Ovalpub. C/OM for a better experience. What is going on? She asked herself. Yuan was clearly exposed to the weeping serpent's poison, but for some reason, he was completely fine. Does he have a unique physique that protects him from poison? Elder Tantai could only think of this logical explanation to Yuan's situation. However, if that was the case, why didn't he do it early to save some spiritual energy? Elder Tantai decided to not think too deeply about this as long as Yuan was fine. Keep the pill just in case you feel any symptoms. If you feel unpleasant or sick even the slightest at any moment, consume that pill immediately or you will really die, she then said to him. I understand. Yuan nodded his head and proceeded to sit there with a calm atmosphere around him. Despite listening to their puzzling conversation, the other disciples did not stop focusing on protecting themselves, fearing that if they lose focus for even a second that they might fail the exam. 15 minutes later, the incense stick only burned halfway to the end, and over half of the disciples there were already soaked in sweat, looking like they could barely hold on. New novel chapters are published on light/novelpub//com. Elder Tantai took note of the disciples who she believes will fail soon and prepared the antidote in advance. A minute later, the first disciple to exhaust his cultivation base before the entire incense stick burned, and Elder Tantai tossed the pill at him. The disciple did not hesitate to consume the pill, as he could feel his skin burning the second the smoke touched his body. After another couple of minutes later, over a dozen disciples swallowed the same pill, failing the examination. The incense stick lasted for exactly 30 minutes, and at the end of the test, 51 disciples failed the examination. 70 of you remaining, huh? Much better than I'd expected, to be honest. Elder Tantai nodded her head in approval. You have 10 minutes to rest before we begin the next test. Elder Tantai said to them afterward. The disciples immediately sat down to cultivate and restore their spiritual energy. While the disciples rested, Elder Tantai prepared the next test by placing a training puppet in the middle of the field. Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. 10 minutes later, Elder Tantai clapped her hands and spoke loudly, You are done resting. If you continue, I will immediately fail you. Gather in front of me. The disciples quickly stopped their cultivation and stood up after hearing Elder Tantai's words. A few moments later, all of the disciples gathered in front of Elder Tantai. I will now explain the second test. Elder Tantai said as she pointed at the silver-colored training puppet that looked slightly different compared to the ones in the practice area. Some of you might have seen this before, but this is a special training puppet mostly used by inner court and core disciples because they are more durable than the ones in the outer court, and they have a special feature that allows them to gauge how powerful their attacks are. As her sentence ended, Elder Tantai turned around and punched the training puppet. Boom! The impact sounded very powerful, but the training puppet only moved back a couple of meters. A few seconds later, the training puppet began changing colors from silver to a dark yellow color. The most up-to-date novels are published on /li/novelp/ub/com. The colors will determine how much damage it sustained. There are 3 colors: green, yellow, and red. Green means non-lethal damage. Yellow is lethal. As for red, it means you can kill even a spirit warrior magical beast with that strike, and the darker the color the more damage they sustain. In order to pass this test, you must make the puppet turn yellow. Elder Tantai explained. Chapter 256 exploded into many pieces. Oh, one more thing. You are not allowed to use your own weapon in this test. Elder Tantai added, and she pointed to the weapon rack not far in the distance and continued, use one of those. Are there any questions? One of the disciples there raised his hand and said, we can use any technique we want, right? Elder Tantai nodded, that's right. Sometime later, after the questions, Elder Tantai said, if you wish to challenge the training puppet, step forward. A few seconds after Elder Tantai's words, a disciple at the Peak Spirit Apprentice stepped forward and spoke loudly, I will go first. He then went to pick up a spear from the weapon rack before coming back and approaching the training puppet. The disciple stood a few steps in front of the training puppet and took a moment to prepare himself. After taking a long and deep breath, the disciple raised his spear. Once the spear was raised perfectly parallel to the ground, the disciple held his breath for a second before thrusting it forward. Follow current novels on lightnov/pub.com. Boom. The training puppet was sent flying backward, but it slowed down very quickly and stopped 5 meters away from its original spot. The disciple waited for the evaluation nervously, and a few seconds later the training puppet turned from silver to green, then dark green, before finally settling at yellow. You passed. Elder Tantai said. Yes. The disciple shouted in excitement before returning the spear in the weapons rack. A few minutes later, another disciple stood before the training puppet that had returned to its original spot with a different weapon in his hand, a sword. Ha-ah. Ha. The disciple slashed the sword in his hand, creating a powerful strike that made the training puppet fall to its knees. Once it stood up again, the colors began changing. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub. C/OM light green, dark green, light yellow, you passed. Elder Tantai said once the color stopped at light yellow. The next disciple went, but he didn't pick up a weapon and stood before the training puppet with his bare fists. Mountain-shattering fist strike. The disciple threw a punch with immense force at the training puppet, sending it flying many meters away. After falling down a dozen meters away, the training puppet got back up and slowly walked back to its original spot while changing colors as it walked. Dark green, light yellow, dark yellow, not bad. Elder Tantai nodded her head when she saw this, and she continued, you pass. Thank you, Elder. The disciple bowed to her before standing with the other 2 who had passed before him. For more, visit lightnovelpub/. The disciples continued to challenge the training puppet one by one, and in less than an hour, over half of the disciples used their turn. Light yellow, pass. Light yellow, pass. Dark green, fail. Dark green, fail. Light yellow, pass. Out of the 30-something disciples that challenged the training puppet, only 2/3 of them had managed to pass the test by scoring a yellow color. However, nobody there has managed to make the training puppet turn red. A few more tries later, a disciple with a first-level spirit warrior cultivation base has finally managed to hit the training puppet hard enough for it to turn light red. Heavens! What a powerful martial skill. I could feel the impact even from here. I don't even dare to imagine what it must feel like to get struck by such a powerful blow. This content is taken from lightnovelpub.com. The disciples were shocked by this young man who was wielding a great sword in his hands. I recognize that martial skill. It's the relentless force, an earth-rank martial skill. No wonder why it was so powerful. To think he'd trained an earth-rank technique to such a high level. What astounding talents and display. Elder Tantai clapped afterward, and she spoke in a praising voice, "Great. It's been a while since a disciple has managed to hit a red color during the examination. In fact, the last time someone managed to hit red was almost a year ago. Thank you, Elder, for your praises." Sometime later, once everyone else went, it was only Yuan who hadn't gone. That's disciple Yuan who defeated the Mad Tiger. What color do you think he'll achieve? The disciples immediately started mumbling to each other while Yuan went to the weapons rack to pick his weapon. Who knows, really? During his match with the Mad Tiger, he didn't lift even a finger and used some mysterious technique to take down the Mad Tiger. I have a feeling he'll hit a dark yellow, maybe even light red. Visit lightnovelpub.com for a better experience. I think it'll only be light yellow. A few moments later, Yuan returned to the training puppet with a sword in his hand, and the other disciples stopped talking to watch with intensive gazes. What technique should I use? Yuan thought to himself. While the heaven-splitting sword strike is his most powerful technique available, he didn't want to destroy this place. As for his next strongest sword technique, demon sealing technique, it was out of the question since he has never used it before. Therefore, he could only use the bloody sword strike, his most used technique. After taking an offensive stance, Yuan took a deep breath. Once he released his breath, the sword in his hand began glowing bright red, and Yuan swung the sword with all of his might. Boom! Yuan's aura exploded with a tyrannical feeling, and a red arc of light appeared in the air as the sword connected with the training puppet's neck. Cling! Updated from Leiden//oval/p/ub. Come to Yuan's surprise, the blade to the sword in his hand exploded into many pieces after Yuan struck the training puppet. However, that was not the only thing to break during his strike, as the training puppet's head was cleanly sliced off from its body like it had been executed. What? Elder Tantai shouted in a shocked voice when she saw this, as this is her first time seeing someone destroy a training puppet in such a manner. As for the other disciples, their eyes were wide as saucers with their jaws dropped to the ground, looking like they'd just witnessed something impossible. Chapter 257 Powerful Magical Beast. What in the name of heavens just happened? Am I imagining things, or did he just decapitate the special training puppet that even spirit warriors cannot destroy? One of the disciples there mumbled in a dazed voice as he stared at the silver head that had rolled a few meters away after being detached from its body. Meanwhile, the training puppet that Yuan had decapitated continued to function, turning colors. Light green, light yellow, light red, dark red, black. To everybody's surprise, the special training puppet had suddenly turned black, a color they didn't know existed, much less seen before. Yuan looked at the broken sword in his grasp with a dazed expression on his face. He didn't expect the sword to break so easily. It felt like he'd smashed a rock with an egg. However, to his surprise, he'd still managed to decapitate the training puppet. Of course, it was the spiritual energy released from the sword that had sliced the training puppet's head cleanly off its body, as the sword was destroyed the moment it touched the puppet's tough body due to the immense force behind it. Sometime later, once she snapped out of her daze, Elder Tantai approached the training puppet to examine its damage with a perplexed look on her face, seemingly trying to figure out what the heck just happened. She then looked at Yuan's broken sword. "I don't recognize the technique you just used." "What rank is it?" she then asked him. Follow current novels on lighten/ov/lpub. Com, Earth rank, he calmly responded. Elder Tantai questioned her own existence after learning that Yuan had managed to decapitate a special training puppet with an Earth rank technique while she can't even damage it with a technique of the same rank and a cultivation base of 7th level spirit warrior. Anyway, you passed. Elder Tantai said after a moment of silence. Even if she can't comprehend what just happened, she couldn't deny what was right before her eyes. Fortunately for her, Yuan was the last person to take the test, or she would have needed to find another special training puppet, which would have delayed the examination for at least 2 to 3 hours since nobody could have expected an outer court disciple destroying a special training puppet that even core disciples cannot destroy. As expected of the one who defeated the mad tiger without lifting a finger. If had lifted his finger, perhaps that match would have ended up as a death match. The disciples there wholeheartedly believed that Wu Laohu had lucked out when Yuan decided to let him survive. Sometime later, Elder Tantai gathered the disciples again and said, "There are 24 of you left, and we will be heading to the final test where you must defeat a magical beast before you become an inner court disciple. If you have any questions, ask away. Visit lightnov/lpub. /com for the best novel reading experience." One of the disciples immediately raised his hand and asked, "What kind of magical beasts will we be fighting?" Elder Tantai then responded in a calm voice, "It's a powerful magical beast that is mostly found within the Jade Forest, the Jade Frog." The Jade Frog? The disciples expressed shock upon hearing this name. Jade frogs are incredibly hard to deal with since they have a large body and tough skin, and they like to jump around. A single mistake could lead to their bodies getting flattened. Meanwhile, Yuan tilted his head after hearing this familiar name. Jade Frog? Isn't this the first monster that I have fought in this game? The one that nearly gave me a heart attack because I thought it turned Xiao Hua's body into meat paste? Yuan remembered his encounter with the Jade Frog as though it was just yesterday, as that was his first combat experience in this world. Who would like to go first? Elder Tantai asked the disciples after answering all of their questions. "I'd like to go first." An eager voice immediately responded. The disciples turned to look at the voice, and to their surprise, Yuan had volunteered to go first. Updated from Lightnovelpub. Sure, go ahead. Elder Tantai said, and she continued, "One of the gates at the end will open once the test begins, and you will have 15 minutes to defeat the Jade Frog or it's an automatic loss. And just like the previous test, you can only use the equipment provided to you." Yuan nodded his head before heading to the weapons rack to pick up another weapon. This time, he chose a dagger, surprising the Elder Tantai and the other disciples with his choice. Why is he using the dagger? I thought for sure he was going to use the sword again. Is he trying to show off or something? This test is entirely different compared to the previous 2 tests. You need a lot of experience and knowledge to fight a magical beast, especially the Jade Frog that's well known for killing inexperienced cultivators who are not used to their attack patterns. Who knows? He's done nothing but surprise since the beginning. Maybe he'll do the same for this time as well. Sometime later, once Yuan was standing in the middle of the field with the other disciples standing all the way in the back, Elder Tantai shouted, "Release the magical beast." The metal gates immediately opened, and the ground began shaking as a Jade Frog made its appearance by hopping out of the entrance. The disciples swallowed nervously when they saw the Jade Frog and its intimidating appearance. Visit lightnov/pub. For a better experience. Meanwhile, Yuan stared at the round magical beast with a nostalgic feeling. Boom! The Jade Frog stopped moving after it landed a few meters away from Yuan, and it proceeded to stare at Yuan and the others there as though it was analyzing them and their situation. In this stillness and silence, a movement was suddenly made, but it was not by the Jade Frog. Instead, it was Yuan who moved first, as Head suddenly tossed his dagger into the air. A vicious light flickered in his eyes, and right as the dagger in the air reached its highest point and prepared to fall down, it suddenly stopped moving and hovered in the air for a split second before shooting itself at the Jade Frog like a shooting star. Chapter 258 Becoming an Inner Court Disciple. The moment it saw the dagger trembling in the air, the jade frog sensed imminent danger, causing its body to instinctively jump up to avoid it. Whoosh! The flying dagger barely missed the jade frog. However, before the jade frog could even land, the flying dagger suddenly did a sharp turn and flew at it again like there was a string attached to the jade frog. Whoosh! A gaping hole appeared before the jade frog's forehead a split second later, instantly killing it. Thud! The ground shook when the large and heavy jade frog's lifeless body fell down from the sky, shocking the spectators. Once the place was still, Yuan turned around and walked back to be with the rest of the disciples without even turning around or checking whether the jade frog was truly dead or not. I have defeated the jade frog. Am I an inner court disciple now? Yuan asked Elder Tantai, who stood there with a gawking look on her face. After a long moment of silence, Elder Tantai nodded her head in a stiff movement before speaking. Why, yes. Congratulations on becoming an inner court disciple, Disciple Yuan. Here, race your badge. Take this to the distribution center to get your inner court disciple badge and robes. Visit Light Novel Pub. Calm for the best novel reading experience. Yuan accepted the badge with humbleness before walking out of the examination hall in a casual manner, almost like he was taking a stroll in a park. The other disciples there watched as Yuan's back disappeared from their sights. Just where on earth did this disciple Yuan come from, and how come I have never heard of him until recently? There's no way such a genius would be a nobody. Elder Tantai mumbled to herself in a dazed voice. Sometime later, once the jade frog's corpse was taken away, Elder Tantai resumed the examination. Meanwhile, Yuan went to the distribution hall and handed the elder at the front desk the badge had just obtained from Elder Tantai. So you just passed the inner court disciple examination, huh? Congratulations. The sect elder there treated him with respect, taking Yuan by surprise. After all, he's been treated like an insect most of the time by the sect elders in this sect. At least that's what it feels like, and it was a refreshing feeling to be respected by a sect elder. Can I have your old identification badge? The sect elder then asked him. Yuan nodded and handed him the bronze identification badge. Updated from lightnov/lpub. Calm, I'll be right back. The sect elder went to the back of the room for a few minutes before returning. Here you go. I have updated your identification badge. As for your living quarters, you can choose to stay in your current place or be assigned a new living quarter in the inner court. Yuan immediately responded without any hesitation, I will remain in my current residence. The sect elder was slightly surprised by Yuan's decision. After all, the living quarters within the inner court are more spacious and luxurious overall, and you only have one roommate compared to the 5 roommates in the outer court. Any logical being would choose to live in the inner court. Perhaps he doesn't want to leave his friends? The sect elder could only think of one reason for Yuan's decision. If that's your decision, then I won't say anything. However, if you wish to move to the inner court for whatever reason, you can come back here and we'll arrange something for you, said the sect elder a moment later. And he continued, now about your new uniforms. Which color do you want? Blue or green? Does it matter which one I choose? Yuan asked. No, it doesn't matter. It's just a preference thing. Follow current novels on /lightnovelpub/. Calm, then I'll choose blue. Very well. I'll be right back again. The sect elder went to the back for a second time before returning a few minutes later with 3 sets of blue uniforms. Here you go. If the sizes don't fit, you may return to exchange them. Thank you, senior. Yuan accepted the uniforms. One more thing before you leave. There'll be a lecture tomorrow that'll introduce you to life as an inner court disciple. If you can, please attend it. It'll be at the Education Peak in building number 111. I understand. I'll try to attend it. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Yuan left the distribution hall and returned to his own living quarters. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub. Kam Minli, who was just about to leave her house, noticed Yuan's approaching figure and the blue robes he was carrying. Disciple Yuan. Those uniforms, you're an inner court disciple now? Min Li exclaimed in a shocked voice. Yuan nodded and said, yes, I just took the examination today and became an inner court disciple. Min Li's jaw dropped to the ground. Why didn't you tell me? I would have done the examination with you. Min Li asked him. That never crossed my mind. I didn't know you wanted to take the examination as well, Yuan said in an apologetic voice. I am not blaming you or anything. Min Li quickly said. Anyways, now that you're an inner court disciple, will you be moving out? Min Li then asked him. No, I will be staying here, Yuan responded. Visit lighten/o/vel/pub/com for a better experience, really? A pleasantly surprised expression on Min Li's face. Why? She couldn't help but ask him, hoping that he would say something romantic like because of you or something along that line. But alas, Yuan said, there's really no reason for me to move out of such a nice house. But you will have to walk to the inner court every time you need something from there, which will take up a lot of time. It's okay. I like to be active, anyways. Is that so? Min Li mumbled. Normally, cultivators want to spend as much time as they could on cultivation whilst saving time for everything else so they can have more time for cultivation. However, for geniuses like Yuan, minor things like that don't really matter, as it won't affect their extreme cultivation speed much if any at all. Sometime later, Min Li left the place to go to the practice area. The next inner court disciple examination is in 3 months, HAA. Min Li sighed inwardly as she left the place. Updated from /l/itnov/lpub/com. Meanwhile, Yuan went back to his own room. Congratulations on becoming an inner court disciple, brother Yuan. Xiaohua said to him. Thank you, Xiaohua, Yuan said to her. A few moments later, Yuan sat down and began training his divine sense. Once the sky began turning dark, Yuan logged off the game and waited for Meishio to return home. I'm back, Yuan, Meishio said to him after closing the door. Welcome back, Meishio. I'll prepare dinner right now. After putting down her stuff from school and changing her clothes, Meishio went to cook dinner. Visit /lig/novelpub.com for a better experience. Once that was done, Meishio went to feed Yuan. Yuan, you need to be careful when you're playing the game, Meishio suddenly warned him. Huh? Why would you say that? Yuan asked. The young lady told me to warn you because there will be a lot of players trying to get into the Dragon Essence Temple to meet you. Really? I should start wearing my mask even in the sect then. Yuan mumbled. The young lady also told me to warn you to stay away from people who try to ask you personal questions even if they might be an NPC because players can disguise themselves as NPCs and you won't know it. I understand. I'll be careful, Yuan said. By the way, how is Yu Rou doing at school? I hope she's doing fine after what happened recently. The young lady is doing much better. Furthermore, she can always meet you in cultivation online. At least that's what she keeps telling herself. Updated from li/t/n/ovalpub/com. I see. I plan on leaving the Dragon Essence Temple to spend more time with Yu Rou in a week or so anyway. I cannot leave until I participate in the Mystic Realm, since I promised the sect master and others that I'd help them. The Mystic Realm? Meishio raised her eyebrows. Sometime later, after she finished feeding Yuan dinner, Meishio said, I'll let you rest for a bit before I wash your body, Yuan. Okay. Meishio went to clean the dishes afterward. Half an hour later, Meishio returned to the room with his wheelchair. After picking Yuan up from the bed and placing him in the chair, Meishio pushed him to the bathroom, where she helped him undress. And since she didn't want to get her clothes wet while washing Yuan, Meishio decided to also take her clothes off and went into the bathroom with him naked. Once they were inside the bathroom, Meishio squeezed some body wash onto her palms before she rubbed it all over Yuan's body. Updated from lightnovelp/u/b/. Once Yuan's body was covered in body wash, Meishio used a soft scrubber and began scrubbing his body. This is my first time washing him. Meishio thought to herself as she cleaned whatever she could. A few moments later, Meishio reached his lower area, and her eyes subconsciously moved to look at the cute thing between Yuan's legs. Almost like she was mesmerized or something, Meishio couldn't find the strength to look away, and she proceeded to stare at it with a dazed look on her face. Meishio finally snapped out of her daze a few moments later, and she proceeded to wash Yuan's legs, ignoring the thing in the middle for now. What is this feeling? Meishio swallowed nervously when she noticed her heart beating faster than usual, feeling as though the temperature in the room had suddenly increased. Chapter 259 An Unexpected Phenomenon. I know I said this before, but I really appreciate you doing this for me, Meishio. Yuan suddenly said to her while she scrubbed his legs. Don't worry about it. You have also helped me out a lot when I didn't know any better as a child. Meishio responded in a low voice. When she was a young child who was still in training to be the perfect servant, she would often make mistakes and get scolded by her mother. When that happens, Meishio would cry like any other brat and seek Yuan for comfort. I was originally trained to serve you, Yuan, but after what happened to you, they decided to assign me to the young lady instead. Meishio suddenly said. At one point, I was even. Meishio suddenly stopped midway through her sentence. Meishio? Never mind that. I was just talking to myself, Meishio mumbled a moment later. After cleaning Yuan's legs, there was only one place that still needed to be cleaned, the area between his legs. Meishio swallowed nervously at the thought of touching this cute snake, almost like she feared that it might bite her if she approached it. The source of this content is light novel pub. However, as much as she wanted to leave that place alone, she was trained to do her job properly. It was inexcusable for her to half-ass a job or leave her job unfinished. Therefore, she could only swallow her nervousness and reach for the soft thing between Yuan's legs and began cleaning it with her hands, as it was very difficult to clean every nook and cranny with the sponge. A chill went up Yuan's spine when Meishio began cleaning his precious thing. Perhaps it was due to his spirit warrior cultivation base, but the sensation of his own body has significantly improved since then, allowing him to feel a lot more. Had already noticed this when Meishio began washing his body, but it wasn't as apparent as currently for some reason, almost like the area between his legs was much more sensitive than other areas on his body. And then an unexpected phenomenon happened. This is... Wuxia's eyes widened with shock when the small snake suddenly started growing larger and larger. Since this is her first time washing Yuan, it is only obvious that she has no prior knowledge, so she didn't know if Yuan's sprout was normal in such situations. Of course, Yuan was oblivious to this natural reaction on his body. Meishio didn't know whether she should continue or stop at this point, but she eventually convinced herself to continue. Thus, Meishio began washing Yuan again, but with a slight difference. She was rushing it, something she had never done before. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnov/elp/ub. A few seconds later, Meishio finally stopped washing him and began rinsing the soap off his body with the showerhead. I am finished. Meishio spoke in a tiny voice afterward, her face flushed with redness. Thank you, Meishio. Yuan said to her in a calm voice, completely oblivious to the blushing expression on Wuxia's face at this moment. Sometime later, Meishio laid a large dry towel on Yuan's bed before placing Yuan on this blanket and drying his body off with another towel. It's back to normal again. Meishio thought to herself as she dried his body. After drying Yuan's body, Meishio helped Yuan put his clothes on. I am done here, Yuan. I am going to clean myself now. Meishio said, still completely naked at this point. Okay. You can go to sleep afterward. Good night, Yuan. Updated from /lightno/vel/pub/com, good night. Meishio went to the bathroom to wash herself shortly after, and Yuan began cultivating. What was that warm sensation just now? Yuan wondered to himself before he started his cultivation. Meanwhile, Meishio spent longer than usual in the bathroom. Once she was finally out again, she went straight to her room and sat on her bed with a dazed look on her face for many minutes before she decided to put on the console and enter Cultivation online to see whether Yuan's friend was there. After spending half an hour of waiting with no results, Meishio logged off the game to sleep. That night, Meishio had a weird dream where she was surrounded by mushrooms and snakes. The following morning, after feeding Yuan breakfast, Meishio went to school. "You look tired, Meishio. Did you not get enough sleep last night? This is my first time seeing you like this," Yu Rou said to Meishio inside the car when she noticed Meixia's dazed look. "And no. I am fine, young lady," Meishio responded with a slight delay. The most up-to-date novels are published on li/novelpu/b. I see. If you need to rest, just let me know and I'll give the teachers an excuse so you can rest for the day. Thank you, young lady, but I am fine. How's Brother Tian? Yu Rou then asked. The young master is doing great, and as usual, he's eating 3 bowls of soup with ease, she responded. I see. By the way, this reminds me, you were supposed to be Brother Tian's servant at one point, right? I remember your mother saying something like that to me before. Yu Rou suddenly asked. That's right. I was trained to support the young master and satisfy his every need. Meishio nodded. Yu Rou's eyes widened, and she mumbled in a slightly surprised voice, that sounds like they trained you to become his wife or something. Meishio remained silent regarding Yu Rou's statement, yet a weird glint flickered in her eyes. New novel chapters are published on li/GHT//novelpub, c/om, do you regret it? Yu Rou continued to ask. Not being able to work for Brother Tian despite training for it, I mean. While it did feel bitter at first since it felt like all of the training I did was for nothing, I was able to assist the young lady because of the skills I had learned with that training, so I don't have any regrets, Meishio answered after a moment of silence. But you're taking care of Brother Tian now, just like you were trained. It feels like fate, Yu Rou chuckled at her own statement. Sometime later, they arrived at school and began their classes. Chapter 260 You Tricked Me. While Meishio went to school with Yu Rou, Yuan continued to train his divine sense in. Meanwhile, at the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, Long Yijuan and the other sect masters stared in shock as the 99th floor emitted a golden light. He really did it. He's managed to reach the 100th floor. The disciples there mumbled to each other with surprise. Who's currently inside? I just arrived. Shui Zi, the number 1 genius of the Grand Saber Palace. Shui Zi, huh? I heard he managed to reach Spirit Warrior at the young age of 18 and peak of Spirit Warrior at 27 years old. He's definitely up there even for a genius. Meanwhile, the sect masters laughed out loud, ha ha ha. Looks like this will be the last person to challenge this tower even though we still have 2 more people. I was getting worried for a second, but it's relieving to see someone finally reach the final floor. Despite most of their disciples challenging the tower, most of them had stopped around the 90th floor, and only Shui Zi managed to reach the 100th floor. Visit lightnovelpub/c//om for the best novel reading experience. However, Long Yijuan did not show any signs of worry, and he merely stared at the tower with a calm look on his face. What do you think about this, Elder Xian? Do you think he'll beat the 100th floor? Elder Bai suddenly asked him. I want to say it's impossible, but we have been taught again and again that there's no such thing as impossible by him. Though, it is still unlikely that he would be able to pass that floor. Elder Xian said with a bittersweet smile on his face. Meanwhile, inside the tower, a handsome young man with a fierce expression on his face slowly climbed the stairs to the 100th floor after spending 15 minutes recovering his strength. Already the last floor? I will give this place some credit since it was not easy climbing to this level, but alas, it looks like I am fated to defeat this tower. Shui Zi said with a confident smile on his face. A few moments later, Shui Zi stepped onto the 100th floor and was greeted by the new scenery. What a vast place. Am I still inside the tower? Or is this merely an illusion? Shuai mumbled in a dazed voice. Anyways, where are the monsters? Hurry up and come out so I can beat this boring tower already. Shuai shouted out loud in an arrogant voice. Ho! A boring tower, huh? The most up-to-date novels are published on /li/gaitno/ve/pub. Calm. The space before Shuai suddenly twisted, and a gaping hole appeared in the space a moment later. Then, Shuai watched with wide eyes as a massive golden dragon appeared from within the black hole. Once it appeared, the Great One gazed upon Shuai as though he was an ant and spoke in a calm voice. Well, I will give you credit for making it here, nor did I expect someone else to come here so soon after the last one, but you don't have what it takes to clear the 100th floor. Shuai did not respond to the Great One, mostly because he was frozen stiff from shock and fear. Humph. What a boring one. The Great One shook its head when it saw the state Shuai was in. Anyways, since you want to get this over with, allow me to tell you the challenge for this floor. Boom. An intense aura suddenly exploded from the Great One's large body, causing the entire world to shake. This content is taken from li/g/novel/pub. Calm. If you want to defeat the 100th floor, you must defeat me. The Great One's voice echoed in Shuai's ears. Impossible. You're asking for the impossible. This isn't fair. How the fuck am I supposed to defeat a dragon? Shuai was snapped out of his daze by the Great One's aura that activated his instincts and desire to run. Ha ha ha. The Great One suddenly laughed before speaking. Impossible? If it was impossible, how did the person who came before you pass the floor and defeat the tower? Are you telling me that this person defeated you? Shuai exclaimed. No, we didn't fight, and I had another challenge for him. What? That's even more unfair. Why are you giving me a different challenge, then? A mysterious smile appeared on the Great One's face, and it spoke in a calm voice. If you'd like, I can let you take that challenge instead. Really? The source of this content is li//gaitno/velpub / hopeful look appeared on Shuai's face after hearing this, and he immediately nodded his head. Yes. I want to take that challenge. Very well, the Great One said. A few moments later, the ground suddenly began rumbling, startling Shuai. What the heck is this shaking? He wondered to himself. The Great One spoke as a black line appeared on the horizon. For this challenge, you must defeat 100,000 peak spirit warrior magical beasts. You will have unlimited time to do so and 24 hours of rest time, and you may pause this challenge whenever you wish. However, once your 24 hours run out, you will have to fight until your last breath. Shuai's eyes widened with shock after hearing this. You want me to fight against 100,000 spirit warrior magical beasts? This is even more impossible than fighting you. You tricked me. There's no way anyone could possibly pass this trial even if they're given a week to rest. Shuai pointed at the Great One with trembling hands. Visit lightnovelp/ub//com for a better experience. Why would I trick you? The last person cleared this challenge with no problem at all. The Great One shook its head. Then tell me who defeated this challenge? I'll believe you then. However, the Great One shook its head and said, that person's name is too great for someone like you. If you do not accept the challenge, then you will automatically forfeit. Shuai gritted his teeth in anger, and he turned to look at the sea of magical beasts that were swarming towards him at this moment, his back soaked in cold sweats. Chapter 261 Impossible to Beat. Shuai watched as the sea of magical beasts quickly closed their distance, and once they were only half a mile away, Shuai could no longer keep calm and shouted, I give up. I give up. Get me out of here. The Great One coldly snorted after seeing Shuai surrender the challenge, not even going to attempt the challenge. You're a much bigger coward than I'd anticipated. Get lost. You do not qualify to even be in my presence. The Great One's eyes flickered with a golden light, and before Shuizi realized it, he was back on the first floor of the tower. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Long Yijuan and the other sect masters just witnessed the lights on all 99 floors turn off, signaling Shuizi's failure. What? The sect masters there were speechless by this, as they'd truly expedited Shuizi to defeat the tower. A few moments later, Shuizi left the tower with a dazed look on his face, looking empty, almost like he was dead inside. Shuizi. What happened in there? You were so close. His sect master quickly approached him. I can't do it. No human being can pass the 100th floor. It's impossible. Shuizi responded in a voice of disbelief. The sect masters there immediately frowned, and one of them asked, "What do you mean by that? What was on the 100th floor?" New novel chapters are published on /li/gitnovelpub.com. It was a dragon, a real dragon. I had to defeat a dragon. Shuizi spoke, and his body trembled upon recalling the Great One's intimidating aura. What? A dragon? Don't tell me you had to fight this dragon. The sect masters there were shocked. Even Long Yijuan and the high-ranking sect elders were surprised by this since they didn't hear anything about a dragon from Yuan. Shuizi nodded and said, "It was a golden dragon, and it had the cultivation of a spirit master." After taking a deep breath, he continued, "However, that's not even the worst part, since there was another challenge on the 100th floor, which involves defeating 100,000 spirit warrior magical beasts with only 24 hours to rest. 100,000 spirit warrior magical beasts? How is that even possible?" The sect masters there repeated in a shocked voice, their expressions filled with disbelief. Even if they challenged this tower themselves, they would not dare to claim that they can defeat 100,000 magical beasts. Shuizi nodded again and said, "Furthermore, the dragon claimed that someone had managed to clear that challenge by defeating all 100,000 magical beasts. That's the challenge disciple Yuan told us about." Elder Xian thought to himself after hearing Shuizi's words. At that moment, the sect masters there turned to look at Long Yijuan, who was casually sitting there with a smug look on his face. Visit light/novelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. What are you looking at? You still have 2 more disciples. Hurry up, the mystic realm is coming up and I need to finish preparing for that. Long Yijuan said to them. However, the sect masters did not send another disciple inside the tower, and they remained standing there while staring at Long Yijuan with deep frowns on their faces. If what Shuizi said was true, that they had to either defeat a spirit master dragon or fight 100,000 spirit warrior magical beasts, there was simply no way the remaining 2 disciples would be able to defeat this tower. In other words, they are destined to lose their bet. Sect Master Long, you tricked us. You knew it was impossible to beat this tower, so you made the bet with the dragon-slaying saber as bait. One of the sect masters suddenly pointed at Long Yijuan and blamed him for tricking them. However, Long Yijuan remained calm and said, "No shit, you idiot. Why else would I dare to gamble the dragon-slaying saber? With that being said, you are wrong about one thing, that the tower is impossible to defeat. If it's really impossible, how did my disciple defeat it? Bullshit. I bet your disciple had an entirely different challenge and the tower is merely screwing with us because we're not disciples of this sect. Or you manipulated the tower to give us an impossible challenge." The sect masters said. Long Yijuan shook his head and said, "As if I have the power to manipulate the tower. In the history of the sect, nobody, and I mean not a single person before that disciple had managed to clear all 100 floors, and even the founder was defeated on the 100th floor." New novel chapters are published on lightnov/lpub.com. The sect masters' faces dropped after hearing such words. Not even their ancestor, who was known as the #1 genius during his era, could beat the 100th floor. Then what kind of monster does it take to defeat the tower? Just who is this disciple the Dragon Essence Temple is trying so hard to hide? I know what you're thinking, but I won't say anything. If you wish to meet this disciple, you'll see him at the Mystic Realm. Long Yijuan laughed out loud. Che. The sect masters there snickered coldly. Anyways, are you going to continue or not? If not, you can forfeit the bet and your treasures as well. Long Yijuan held his hand out in a lazy manner. The sect masters gritted their teeth in frustration. Even though they knew it was impossible for the remaining disciples to defeat the tower, they couldn't just hand their treasures to Long Yijuan without even trying, as that would simply make things even more embarrassing for them. I will challenge the tower. One of the remaining 2 disciples suddenly stepped forward and said. Chances are I will not be able to defeat the dragon or 100,000 magical beasts, but I will definitely try. Updated from Light Novel // pub. The disciples' sect master nodded and said, well said. We have not lost just yet. Thus, the next disciple went inside the tower and began climbing it. Go ahead, keep struggling. The results will remain the same, anyways. Long Yijuan laughed inwardly at their futile efforts. Chapter 262 Abnormal amount of visitors. Sometime after the next challenger went inside the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, Long Yijuan mumbled to Elder Xian who was sitting right beside him, he should be an inner court disciple by now. Go find him and let him enter the Dragon's Peak alongside Fei Yuyan. Elder Xian nodded, I understand. When the other sect masters noticed Elder Xian leaving the scene, they asked, where's he going? Elder Xian does not want to waste any more of his time here since he already knows the outcome. Therefore, he's leaving to work. Long Yijuan responded in a nonchalant voice. Why you little? The sect masters gritted their teeth at Long Yijuan's obvious provocation. However, they didn't dare to claim that they will definitely win this bet, especially not after what they learned about the 100th floor. Even for a spirit master like them, it would be impossible to defeat 100,000 magical beasts even if they were given a month, much less 24 hours of rest time, and they cannot fathom the talent and strength that is required to pass this tower. If what the dragon on the 100th floor told Shui Zi was true, that someone had managed to defeat 100,000 magical beasts and clear the tower, then the cultivation world is about to experience a turmoil it hasn't felt in countless years. Hey, what are you guys thinking? One of the sect master there suddenly whispered to the other 3. Isn't it obvious? I'm thinking about how we can get ourselves out of this shithole. It's obvious that we won't win this bet. However, we'll be handing 4 divine-grade treasures to the Dragon Essence Temple if we lose. New novel chapters are published on /lightno/velpub /c/om. Is there anything we can really do at this point? We've sworn a blood oath. Unless you want to invoke a heavenly tribulation and curse your future generations, we cannot break the blood oath. Fuck. We were blinded by the dragon-slaying saber. That bastard really got us good this time. Even though we cannot do anything about the blood oath, we can still try to work something out with him after we give him our treasures. I highly doubt the Dragon Essence Temple wants to offend 4 sects at once. Right. We can simply buy our divine-grade treasures back, or we can offer something else in return for them. Let's try to figure this out before our last disciple challenges the tower. Long Yijuan noticed the other sect masters whispering to each other, and he could already imagine what they were talking about. However, it didn't matter to him, as the Dragon Essence Temple would benefit from this bet no matter what they did at this point, and he continued to watch the tower light up with golden lights. Meanwhile, Elder Xian went to Yuan's living quarters and knocked on the doors. A few moments later, Yuan opened the door and greeted him, Hello, Senior Xian. Let's talk inside. Elder Xian said. This content is taken from lig/novelpub/. /c/om. Yuan nodded and closed the door after he entered. Once they were seated, Elder Xian began to speak. First and foremost, allow me to congratulate you on becoming an inner court disciple. Thank you, the examination was pretty fun, Yuan said with a smile. Fun. A bittersweet smile appeared on Elder Xian's face. In this entire sect, Yuan is probably the only disciple who would have fun during such an important examination. Anyway, I'm here to talk about the Dragon's Peak. The sect master wants you and Fei Yuyan to enter before the mystic realm that is only a week away. Are you available now? I can take you there right now. Yuan nodded and said, yes, I am free. I was just training my divine sense. Training divine sense at your cultivation level, huh? I didn't start training my divine sense until I was a spirit master. Unfortunately, the Dragon Essence Temple doesn't have any soul techniques to assist you in that matter. Elder Xian said. It's fine. Visit Light Novel Pub. Com for a better experience, okay, then follow me. Let's go pick up Disciple Fei before we head to Dragon's Peak. Just as Elder Xian turned to walk towards the door, Yuan suddenly said, please wait a moment. Senior Xian. Elder Xian turned around and watched as Yuan retrieved a black jade mask before putting it on his face. Elder Xian raised his eyebrows after seeing this. Is it fine if I go outside with my mask? There are a lot of people looking for me, and I don't want them to recognize me. Yuan said. Elder Xian became even more puzzled after hearing his words, and he asked, are there disciples bothering you right now? I will immediately deal with them if that's the case. No, it has nothing to do with the disciples, nor am I being bothered right now. However, there are people out there looking for me, and I have been told that they will be trying to enter the sect just to look for me because of my appearance at the zither competition. Now that you mention it, there has been an irregular amount of people trying to enter the sect as of lately, and most of them are rogue cultivators. Are they perhaps the people you're referring to? Elder Xian asked him. Ever since the zither competition, a lot of people have been visiting the Dragon Essence Temple, with some people even trying to sneak inside. However, none of the elders or Longijuan found that weird, as it was normal for people to flock to the Dragon Essence Temple after what happened at the zither competition, and this is usually what happens after a competition or tournament. Visit lig/nov/elp/ub. Com for a better experience though. The number of people visiting the sect as of recent is through the roof and unlike anything the sect has experienced before, and most of them were rogue cultivators without any backgrounds. If these people are here because of you, then we need to tighten up the security around the sect. Elder Xian mumbled with a perplexed look on his face. Sometime later, he said, I'll speak with the sect master afterward. For now, let's get you and Disciple Fei to the Dragon's Peak so you can strengthen yourselves as much as possible before the mystic realm. Chapter 263 Dragon's Peak. After leaving the house, Elder Xian led Yuan to the inner court to look for Fei Yuyan. The appearance of Elder Xian in the outer court surprised everyone and attracted countless gazes from the disciples around them, and they all bowed to him the moment they noticed him. As a high-ranking sect elder, they are revered as much as the sect master himself, and they usually don't appear in public, much less the outer court, so for Elder Xian, one of the most renowned high-ranking sect elder to appear in the outer court was very shocking, to say the least. Who's that inner court disciple following him? He's even wearing a mask. Why is he wearing a mask? What's he trying to hide? His ugly face? Who knows? Sometime later, Elder Xian and Yuan arrived at Fei Yuyan's living quarters and knocked on the doors. After waiting for a few moments with no response, Elder Xian knocked on the door again. However, nobody answered the door. How odd. Elder Xian retrieved his jade slip and looked at it before continuing. Disciple Fei hasn't signed out of the logbook, so she should still be within the sect. Maybe she went to the Dragon Pavilion? This content is taken from lightnov/l/pub. Com, do you have any idea where she went? Elder Xian decided to ask Yuan. Yuan shook his head and said, I tried to visit her a few days ago as well, but she wasn't here either. Let's go to Elder Shan's living quarters and see if Disciple Fei is there or if she knows Disciple Fei's location. Elder Xian suggested. Yuan nodded his head, and they proceeded to head to the Blossom Peak to see Elder Shan. Sometime later, they knocked on Elder Shan's door. Who is it? Elder Shan appeared before them a few moments later. Elder Xian and Disciple Yuan? It took a few seconds for Elder Shan to recognize Yuan's black jade mask, and when she realized that it was Yuan, she subconsciously took a step back and covered her head with her hands. Elder Shan? What are you doing? Elder Xian raised his eyebrows when he saw her puzzling actions. Ahem. Nothing. Elder Shan cleared her throat before continuing, anyway, what are you doing here? And why are you hiding your face, Disciple Yuan? This content is taken from lightnovel //ub. C/OM, it's a complicated situation for him, we'll discuss it later. As for now, we're looking for Disciple Fei so we can head to the Dragon's Peak. She wasn't at her house, so we figured to come here. Elder Xian said. Oh, Fei Yuyan? She's currently in closed cultivation in the Immortal Caves. Elder Shan said. Immortal Caves? What's that? Yuan immediately asked, his interest piqued. The Immortal Caves are located at Cloud Peak, where the spiritual energy is incredibly thick and abundant, only second to Dragon's Peak in the entire sect. Core disciples usually spend the most time cultivating there, especially if there's nothing else to do outside. And since the mystic realm is getting close, everybody wants to improve their cultivation as fast as possible to be eligible for the mystic realm. One must be eligible to participate in the mystic realm? How do you pick who gets to participate? Yuan asked them. Well, the mystic realm is a mysterious place where one's overall strength and cultivation doesn't matter at all. Instead, one's talent reigns supreme. Everyone who enters the mystic realm will have their entire cultivation base wiped, but you'll regain your cultivation once you come back out. Elder Xian explained to him. And he continued, therefore, we pick the participants depending on their growth and improvements over a certain time. So far, you're the only disciple who is certain to participate in the mystic realm. As for the other 2 disciples, well, figure it out by the end of the week, wow. A mystic place, indeed. Yuan's anticipation for this place grew slightly more. Anyway, since Disciple Fei isn't here and we can't just disturb her cultivation, I guess you'll have to go to Dragon's Peak by yourself for now, Disciple Yuan. Elder Xian said to him. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub. Okay. Yuan nodded. Thank you, Elder Shan. Well, see you later. Oh, right. Before I leave. Yuan suddenly reached into his spatial ring and retrieved a cultivation technique. Can you give this to Disciple Fei when she comes out of cultivation? This is. Elder Shan accepted the technique with a nonchalant look on her face. However, when she realized what she was holding, her eyes widened with surprise. The divine rank cultivation technique you'd obtained from the Zither competition? You're already done with it? Yuan nodded, yes, I learned it quicker than I'd expected so I don't need it anymore. Please give it to Disciple Fei. Elder Shan and Elder Xian's jaws dropped after hearing his words. Had managed to learn a divine rank technique in just a few days. As expected, his comprehension abilities are beyond their understanding. I understand. I will give this technique to Fei Yuyan when I see her. Elder Shan nodded her head. Visit li/t//novelpub.com for a better experience, thank you, Senior Shan. Yuan said to her. Elder Xian and Yuan left the place shortly later, heading to Dragon's Peak that was almost 2 hours away. So this is the Dragon's Peak. It's so empty. Yuan stared at the spacious land before them with raised eyebrows. Well, the founder was a simple man who loved to feel free, so he didn't have much if anything in his area, said Elder Xian. I see, but the spiritual energy in this area, it's really abundant. I can feel my cultivation base slightly growing just from breathing in this place. Yuan mumbled. Rumors say this is caused by a treasure that the founder had hidden in this place before his disappearance, since this place was not like this in the beginning, and it only became like this after the founder's disappearance. Elder Xian said. And he continued, however, despite all of our efforts throughout the years, nobody has found the supposed treasure to this day, and it's been tens of thousands of years. I see. Yuan mumbled with a pondering look on his face. Chapter 264 Where is the treasure? Anyway, you can stay here for as long as you like until the mystic realm begins. Although it might be a long shot, try to break through to the spirit master realm before then. While your cultivation base may not matter in the mystic realm, it'll definitely shock a lot of people and affect their minds and performance. Elder Xian said to him. If you need anything from me, just contact me using the communication jade slip. It'll be at the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower with the sect master and the others. Yuan nodded, and he suddenly asked, how are the guests doing? Did they manage to clear the tower yet? Elder Xian shook his head and spoke with a smile on his face. No, but one of them managed to reach the 100th floor. You didn't tell me about the dragon. Oh. I forgot. I'm sorry. Yuan said. Ha ha ha. Don't worry about it. It was a pleasant surprise. We won't blame you for it. Elder Xian laughed out loud. Sometime later, Elder Xian left the place, leaving Yuan alone at Dragon's Peak. What am I supposed to do here? Just sit down and cultivate? Yuan mumbled to himself since Elder Xian didn't exactly give him any instructions. By the way, Xiaohua, can you see the treasure in this place with your divine sense? I couldn't sense anything. Yuan suddenly asked her. No, Xiaohua cannot sense anything either. The people in this place should have already swept this entire place with their divine sense, anyway, so either there's no treasure in this place or it cannot be found through normal means. Follow current novels on lightnov/pub//com through normal means. How else can we locate a treasure besides our divine sense? Yuan asked. There are treasures that can locate other treasures. There are also magical beasts with special senses that allow them to pick up treasure. There are even powerful arrays that can pinpoint treasures as long as it's within the array. There are many methods one can use to locate treasures. However, unless they're incredibly incompetent, the people of this sect should have already tried all of these methods throughout the years. If that's the case, perhaps there really is no treasure in this place, and this abundant spiritual energy is merely a natural phenomenon? Yuan said. No, there's definitely a treasure in this place. Xiaohua suddenly said. Xiaohua just analyzed the flow of the spiritual energy in this place, and it's not natural. Something here is attracting the spiritual energy to this place. Really? Then can you pinpoint what is causing this phenomenon? No, Xiaohua cannot find anything no matter how much she tries. Maybe one requires a special technique or treasure to find the treasure. Xiaohua said. Special technique. Yuan raised his eyebrows as though had realized something. What if it's a treasure that can only be seen with the dragon's gaze? After all, the founder also knew of this technique. Yuan thought to himself. With that in mind, Yuan activated the dragon's gaze and proceeded to look around. However, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Updated from lightnovelp/ub.com nothing? Maybe it's in a different area since this place seems very big. Thus, Yuan proceeded to walk around the dragon's peak as though he was taking a stroll while his eyes glowed gold and emitted an ancient aura. Nothing here, nothing out of the ordinary here either. Yuan spent the next 2 hours walking around the peak. But alas, he couldn't find the treasure. Perhaps there is really no treasure in this place? But Xiaohua said there's definitely something manipulating the flow of spiritual energy in this place, hence the abundance of spiritual energy. After pondering for a moment, Yuan wondered if he needed to activate divine sense as well as dragon's gaze, so he proceeded to walk around the dragon's peak for the second time, but this time, he had both dragon's gaze and divine sense activated. Still nothing. Yuan was truly puzzled now. The dragon's peak was spacious but also very empty, so there are very few places one can hide a treasure. Visit lig/nav/lpub.com for a better experience. The treasure could be hidden underground, but not even Xiaohua could find the treasure with her divine sense that's powered by the cultivation of a spirit king, so that was unlikely. If it's not hidden on the surface or underground, there's only one more place. Yuan slowly tilted his head until he was staring at the sky. However, there was nothing there. After taking a deep breath, Yuan activated the dragon's gaze again. This is. Yuan subconsciously took a few steps back with a shocked look on his face when he saw the thing flying above the dragon's peak. What's the matter, brother Yuan? Xiaohua asked him since she couldn't see anything in the sky. Yuan pointed at the sky with his entire arm trembling, and he said, There is a huge glowing dragon flying in the sky. New novel chapters are published on lightno/velpu/b/c/om. What? Xiaohua cannot see anything in the sky, she quickly said. I am not lying. It's really there. It's circling around the area like a guardian of some sorts. Yuan hastily said. No matter how hard she tried to look, Xiaohua couldn't see the dragon Yuan was talking about. Can you describe it, brother Yuan? She then asked. It's at least 200 meters in length, and it doesn't appear to have a physical body, only a golden outline. It resembles the great one I saw on the 100th floor in the tower. Yuan described the dragon to the best of his abilities. That sounds like. Just as Xiaohua opened her mouth to speak, Yuan suddenly said in a surprised voice. Oh, it just noticed me, and it's looking directly at me. Yuan looked at the golden dragon in the sky that was also staring back at him with a profound gaze. Follow current novels on lightnov/lpub. Come after a few moments of silence and stillness, suddenly, the dragon began moving. Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he saw the dragon start to fly at him like a meteor, immediately sending chills down his spine. Chapter 265 Dragon Essence. Seeing the golden dragon flying at him, Yuan subconsciously retrieved his Empyrean overlord and took a defensive stance as it felt like an extremely powerful and violent beast was rushing at him at this moment. Brother Yuan? Xiaohua was puzzled by Yuan's sudden alertness and called out to him. But alas, Yuan was too focused on the dragon to hear Xiaohua's voice. Whoosh! The dragon slithered through the air in a smooth movement before headbutting Yuan. Yuan held the Empyrean overlord in front of his body to block the attack, but to his surprise, as though it was a ghost, the dragon went directly through his sword and straight into his body. Ah! Yuan shouted in a surprised voice when the dragon suddenly invaded his body. What happened, brother Yuan? Xiaohua left the necklace and asked him. The golden dragon went inside my body. He quickly said. Brother Yuan, Xiaohua believes that the dragon is. The most up-to-date novels are published on li/novel/pub/com. Right as Xiaohua spoke, a notification appeared before him. Ding! Heaven refining physique activated, minor dragon essence has been refined, soul strength plus 10,000, your divine sense has reached a new level, divine sense mastery level, 1, 2, dragon essence, so it's not harmful to your body. In fact, it will even benefit you greatly. Xiaohua said. Dragon essence? What is that? I just gained a lot of stats from absorbing the minor dragon essence. Yuan said. This content is taken from lighten//ovalpub.com. What? Brother Yuan already absorbed the dragon essence? Xiaohua looked at him with a gawking expression on her small face. Unlike monster cores, monster essences are very unique in the way they are created and absorbed. When a magical beast dies, its dantian will form into a monster core that allows cultivators to absorb some of its spiritual energy. However, when it comes to essences, they can be created without needing the magical beast's death. With that being said, only powerful magical beasts have the ability to create essences, mostly divine beasts like the Great One, and even then it requires a lot of energy and time to form its own essence. As for why magical beasts would waste their time and effort on creating essences, it's sort of training for them, like how Yuan trains his divine sense, as it strengthens their control over their own spiritual energy as well as their soul and mental strength. Brother Yuan, even though it's only a minor essence, it normally takes months if not years for an individual to fully absorb it, yet you manage to absorb it so quickly, almost instantaneously. It's almost as shocking as your eating habits. Xiaohua said to him with her eyes wide as saucers. Does absorbing monster essences not give you qi like monster cores do? Yuan asked her since he didn't get any qi from absorbing the dragon essence. Essences are unique in the way that different essences will have different effects. Some essence can give you qi while others will grant you other benefits such as increased physical strength or mental strength. Xiaohua explained to him. I see, and the dragon essence happened to give me soul strength. Yuan mumbled. What? Xiaohua suddenly shouted in a shocked voice. For more, visit Light Novel Pub. Com soul strength? The dragon essence gave Brother Yuan soul strength? Is this true? Xiaohua asked him in a somewhat nervous manner. Why yes. Yuan nodded, startled by her reaction. That's incredibly lucky, Brother Yuan. Out of everything one can obtain from essences, soul strength is the rarest and most sought after essence by even top cultivators since it directly improves your soul strength without needing any soul techniques or training. Xiaohua said to him in an excited voice, her body slightly shaking from excitement as though she was the one who received the benefit. Either the founder of this place is incredibly generous to leave behind the dragon essence or he wasn't the one who put the dragon essence here. Yuan nodded and continued to ask, by the way, it's only a minor dragon essence. Does this mean there are even higher qualities of essences? Xiaohua nodded and said, that's right. There are minor essences, major essences, and divine essences. I see. Yuan mumbled, and he continued, what about methods one can use to find essences? This dragon essence was hidden in plain sight yet nobody managed to find it despite thousands of years. However, Xiaohua shook her head and said, just like how each essence has different effects, they also have different properties. Therefore, there is no single method to look for essences. They're all incredibly rare and can only be found by chance or fate. As for Brother Yuan, since only you managed to find it despite it being in plain sight for so many years, one can say the dragon essence was fated to be found by you. In other words, it's fate. Visit l/IT Novel Pub. Com for the best novel reading experience. Fate, huh? Yuan suddenly recalled his meeting with Senior Bai and their talk about destiny and fate. Perhaps he was destined for this fortunate encounter. Suddenly, another phenomenon occurred in the place, as all of the spiritual energy gathered at Dragon's Peak began dispersing in every direction. What's going on? Yuan looked at the change with wide eyes. Xiaohua responded in a calm voice, the dragon essence was what attracted the spiritual energy to this area. Now that it's gone since Brother Yuan absorbed it, there is no longer anything attracting the spiritual energy, so it's only natural they are leaving. Soon, this place will return to being a normal place without its abundance in spiritual energy. I see, Xiaohua then continued, Brother Yuan, you should take this opportunity to cultivate and absorb as much spiritual energy as you can since it'll take some time before the spiritual energy in this place returns to normal. Yuan nodded and immediately sat down and began reciting his cultivation technique. Whoosh! The spiritual energy that was dispersing suddenly stopped leaving and began approaching Yuan as though they were attracted to him, quickly creating a small tornado around him. However, Yuan could only feel a gentle and comfortable breeze around him. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel Pub. Meanwhile, his cultivation base began to soar closer and closer to Spirit Master. Chapter 266 9 Dragon Symbols. Ding! Due to your title Pang City's hero, cultivation speed has increased by 10%, ding. Due to your untainted body, cultivation speed has increased by 100%, ding. Environmental effect has increased your cultivation speed by 500%, plus 3,852 chi, plus 3,946 chi, plus 3,750 chi, plus 3,656 chi. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light/NOV/LPub. Due to his title and untainted body, Yuan's cultivation speed more than doubled, not to mention the Dragon's Peak that was abundant with spiritual energy. Yuan absorbed over 3,000 chi every second, and in just a minute, had absorbed over 200,000 qi. Meanwhile, Xiaohua sat in front of Yuan and watched him cultivate in silence. What a crazy cultivation speed for someone at the spirit warrior realm. He's absorbing the spiritual energy like he's eating food, almost like an unstoppable monster. Xiaohua thought to herself as she stared at Yuan's peaceful face with admiration on her face. At this rate, Brother Yuan will absorb enough spiritual energy to break through to Spirit Master in a month. And even though Brother Yuan won't become a Spirit Master in time for the mystic realm, it's already an incredible feat, especially since we're still in the lower heavens where the quality of qi isn't as good. After an hour of cultivation, unbeknownst to Yuan or Xiaohua, inside Yuan's body, the dragon essence had absorbed just finished merging with the golden symbols engraved in his bones, causing them to change slightly before emitting a bright and golden glow. Whoosh! The spiritual energy in the area suddenly grew restless, and they began rushing toward Yuan's body as though Yuan's body had become a black hole with intense suction. What's going on? Xiaohua mumbled in a dazed voice when she noticed this sudden change, and it was unlike anything she has ever seen before. Ding! Updated from //lightnovelpub/com, 9 dragon symbols has been activated. 9 dragon symbols have reached level 1. Due to the 9 dragon symbols, your cultivation speed have increased by 1,000%. Yuan's cultivation speed suddenly increased by a whopping 1,000%, shocking and puzzling Yuan at the same time, as he had no idea what this 9 dragon symbols was or how had obtained it. However, he didn't think about it too much for now and decided to focus on cultivating, as he was worried that if had stopped, this sudden boost would disappear as well. +8 for 11 qi, +8 301 qi, +8 569 qi. His qi gathering speed per second immediately doubled, allowing him to absorb over 8,000 qi every single second, and in just an hour, Yuan had managed to absorb almost 30 million qi. Visit /li/novelpub//com for the best novel reading experience. Xiaohua watched Yuan cultivate with her mouth wide open and jaw dropped. What caused this sudden and explosive increase in cultivation speed? Does it have anything to do with the dragon essence? However, she has never heard of essences having such a unique ability after being absorbed. After all, even though the dragon essence had the ability to gather spiritual energy at Dragon's Peak, such an ability shouldn't have transferred to Yuan after he absorbed it. Otherwise, it would be too powerful, and the heavens would never allow such a flaw to exist. Wait a second. Brother Yuan also managed to obtain a magical beast's ability after he consumed its monster core. Maybe he can also do the same with their essence? But that would be too. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Yuan's unbelievable existence. Whenever it feels like she has witnessed all there is to Yuan's talents, he would suddenly show even more talents like some sort of magic show. But instead of taking out a rabbit from his hat, Yuan takes out unbelievable talents that would leave anyone filled with jealousy if they knew about it. After another 6 hours of cultivation, Yuan decided to finally stop cultivating as it was getting late. Xiaohua? You were sitting there this entire time? Yuan finally noticed Xiaohua sitting in front of him when he opened his eyes. Yes. Xiaohua nodded with a dazed look on her face. I made some really good progress today, Yuan said with a smile on his face, and then he asked, by the way, do you know anything about the 9 dragon symbols? 9 dragon symbols? Xiaohua has never heard of that before. Is that a treasure? She asked with a tilted head. I don't know, but I think that is what's causing the explosive increase in my cultivation speed. Follow current novels on li/tn/ovalpub/com 9 dragon symbols. Perhaps the phoenix will know something. Xiaohua then said. Yuan nodded, I'll ask her when she comes back. A few moments later, Xiaohua entered the necklace before Yuan logged off the game. Once Meishio returned, she immediately went to cook dinner as usual before feeding Yuan. After feeding Yuan, Meishio went to take a quick shower before retiring for the day inside her room. Let's see if his friend has arrived yet. Meishio wore the helmet and immediately went inside Cultivation Online. Once she was inside the game, Meishio looked around the place, and she immediately noticed a small commotion right outside the city gates. Meishiu narrowed her eyes at the crowd of people that appeared to be surrounding an individual, a very beautiful young woman wearing tight red robes and a very mature body. This content is taken from lightnov/lpub/com, that must be her. Meishiu mumbled to herself before she approached her. Excuse me. Meishiu tried to push her way to the young woman in the red dress, but alas, the crowd was too strong for her to do anything. Get out of my way. A clear voice suddenly resounded loudly. The place immediately turned silent, and a path quickly appeared in the crowd. A few moments later, the young woman in the seductive red clothes walked out of the crowd and stopped in front of Meishiu. A naturally bored face and someone who doesn't understand fun. You fit the description the young master gave me. Are you the young master's friend? Feng Yuxiang asked Meishiu. By young master, do you mean Yuan? Meishiu asked. Feng Yuxiang nodded and said, looks like I have found the right person. Come with me, it'll bring you to the eastern continent so you can meet with the young master. Author's note, for those confused about the numbers, it's cultivation speed x based qi absorption rate. Yuan's cultivation technique absorbs around 500 qi per second, and it's 610% and 1610% of that 500, not 1000% of 3000. The source of this content is lightno/ve//pub.com. Chapter 267, A New Experience. After meeting with Meishiu, Feng Yuxiang hugged Meixia's waist and flew towards the heavens as she did with Yu Rou, and they proceeded to make their way towards the eastern continent. This is, Meishiu was shocked when Feng Yuxiang suddenly brought her into the air, and when she looked down, her body began trembling non-stop uncontrollably. Are you scared of heights? Feng Yuxiang asked Meishiu when she noticed her shaking. Meishiu was speechless. Since she has never flown in a plane or went to any tall places before, she was never aware of her acrophobia. In other words, she was scared of heights. Don't worry, I won't accidentally drop you or anything. You can close your eyes, too. Feng Yuxiang suggested this to her. Meishiu immediately closed her eyes, but the image of the distant ground still lingered inside her mind. By the way, if you don't mind me asking, what's your relationship with the young master? I know you're friends, but I want to know more about you and the young master. Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked her. A friend, huh? Is that what Yuan said? A slight smile appeared on Meixia's face. You're not friends? Then what are you to him? Follow current novels on li/gitnovelp/ub/com. I'm more of his caretaker, a servant so to speak, Meishiu said. Oh. You're his servant as well? Feng Yuxiang said in a surprised tone. I'm also the young master's servant. Meishiu opened her eyes again to look at Feng Yuxiang with wide eyes filled with surprise. How could someone like her be a servant? She looks like a powerful madam from an influential family more than anything. What's with that look? You don't believe me? Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrows at Meixia's doubtful gaze. Yuan. He called you a phoenix. Are you really a phoenix? Meishiu suddenly asked. That's right. I'm a phoenix, but I have my powers sealed right now so I cannot show you. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Is that so? The two of them became silent afterward, and it remained that way for a couple of minutes until Feng Yuxiang suddenly said, well, take the teleportation device that's at the city of Liang, which is about 4 hours away. 4 hours? Meishiu was slightly surprised. Visit light//no/velpub.com for the best novel reading experience. How long do you think it'll take us to reach the eastern continent and meet up with Yuan? Do you think we'll make it before sunrise? While Meishiu didn't mind losing sleep for a single night, she couldn't neglect Yuan's breakfast no matter what. By sunrise, huh? It's definitely doable, but I don't know if you'll be able to handle the speed, since you're immortal. Feng Yuxiang said to her. I will be fine, said Meishiu. If you say so. Feng Yuxiang nodded, and she immediately raised her flying speed, nearly doubling it. Meishiu could feel her chest tightening from the speed increase. Even though Feng Yuxiang shielded Meishiu from most of the wind pressure with her spiritual energy, it was still very powerful for a mortal who hasn't even started cultivating yet. Meanwhile, inside his own room, Yuan tried to activate his divine sense again. Monster cores don't affect my real-life cultivation when I consume them inside the game, but monster essences might be a different case. Hopefully, the dragon essence will finally enable me to use my divine sense in this world as well. The source of this content is lightno/v/lpub. With that in mind, Yuan took a deep breath and tried to activate his divine sense. Yuan could feel his spiritual energy reacting to his attempt, but in the end, he was still unable to activate his divine sense. I still can't activate my divine sense, however, there was a response at least. It shouldn't be long before I can actually use my divine sense. Maybe if I raise a couple more levels. Even though Yuan couldn't activate his divine sense yet, he was feeling more motivated and hopeful than ever. Thus, Yuan began cultivating. However, immediately after he began cultivating, Yuan noticed something different about his cultivation speed. It suddenly increased again. The source of this content is lig/tno/velpub. While it isn't as explosive as his cultivation improvements in Cultivation Online, it was still a pretty big difference compared to the last time had cultivated, and his cultivation quickly moved towards 5th level Spirit Warrior. 2 hours have passed since Feng Yuxiang and Meishiu met, and they just arrived at the city of Liang, arriving 2 hours earlier than anticipated. Feng Yuxiang landed directly in front of the city's entrance, shocking the guards there. Seniors. Everybody there bowed to Feng Yuxiang when they landed, startling Meishiu, who knew nothing about cultivators and their culture. It was a new experience for her. How may we help you, esteemed seniors? The guards in front of them said before bowing to them again. We're here to use the teleportation device, said Feng Yuxiang. I understand. Please, follow us. The guard proceeded to lead Feng Yuxiang and Meishiu into the city and towards the teleportation device. This content is taken from /lightnovelpub. On the way, Meishiu looked around the scenery and the people there with a somewhat intrigued gaze. Since she rarely leaves the house and only goes out to go to school with Yu Rou, Meishiu doesn't have much experience in the outside world. You're somewhat different from what the young master described. Feng Yuxiang suddenly said to her. Me? What did he say about me? Meishiu asked her with a curious look. Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, the young master said it's hard for you to find entertainment in things, almost like you're always bored. I see. To Feng Yuxiang's surprise, a somewhat sweet smile appeared on Wuxia's face. Sometime later, they arrived at the teleportation device. Where would you like to go, esteemed seniors? The guard guiding them asked. Updated from Lightnovelpub, the Eastern Continent. Feng Yuxiang immediately responded. The Eastern Continent. That's a little bit far. A perplexed expression appeared on the guard's face. Seeing the guard's face, Feng Yuxiang continued, don't worry, we're not going to use the teleportation device for free. I'll pay for it. The guard's expression immediately relaxed after hearing Feng Yuxiang's words, and he quickly nodded, I understand. Please, follow me to the front. Chapter 268 Nothing is impossible in the cultivation world. Excuse me. Coming through. The guard forcefully led Feng Yuxiang and Meishiu through the crowd that was waiting in line for their turn at the teleportation device. This caused the people already in line to frown, especially since most of them were from somewhat big families, and this was a slap in the face to them since they had to stand in line like everybody else. Hey! What gives? How come they get to skip the line while the rest of us stand here? What's so special about them? Someone in the line suddenly shouted out loud in a frustrated voice, calling them out. That's right. Do you know who I am? Il complained to the mayor. The guard quickly turned around and responded to that person in a sarcastic voice. Well, if you have the ability to fly, I will also allow you to skip the line. How does that sound? Fly? The people there raised their eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Do you have a problem with us going first? Feng Yuxiang suddenly turned around and spoke, even releasing a little bit of her spirit grandmaster cultivation base. Follow current novels on lig////novelpub. Com, Spirit Grandmaster. The people there were immensely shocked by Feng Yuxiang's cultivation base. Just where on earth did this spirit grandmaster come from? And how come they don't recognize her? Please forgive us, Senior Grandmaster. The people there quickly lowered their heads and apologized to Feng Yuxiang. Feng Yuxiang didn't say anything else and continued to approach the teleportation device with Meishio following behind her. How overbearing. Meishio thought to herself, yet she found it somewhat admirable. A few moments later, they arrived in front of the teleportation device. Esteemed seniors, because the eastern continent is very far away, we can only teleport you to 3 places. Are you fine with that? The person managing the teleportation device asked them. Feng Yuxiang nodded and said, teleport us to the one closest to the Dragon Essence Temple. Visit light/novelpub / C///om for a better experience, the Dragon Essence Temple, right? Give me a moment to look at the map. The worker proceeded to look at the large map that was pinned to a portable board nearby. It had the location of every city in the lower heavens with a teleportation device. That would be the Iron Lotus City, which is approximately 290,000 miles from our current location. As for the price, it will be 3,400,000 gold, esteemed seniors, 3,400,000 gold. Meishio was inwardly shocked when she heard the astronomical amount of gold needed to use the teleportation device. Yu Rou had told her about the exchange rates for gold and real-life money, and it was about 1 gold for every $7. In this case, 3,400,000 gold was worth at least $23,800,000. This amount of money is more than enough to feed an entire family luxuriously for their entire life, and they're going to spend all of it on transportation? Not even the richest family in their world would dare to spend so lavishly. Just how on earth did Yuan make someone like her into his servant? Meishio couldn't help but become curious. Hey, race 2,500 spirit stones. Keep the change. Feng Yuxiang handed a storage pouch to the worker in a nonchalant manner, acting as though she was only buying some cheap food. Thank you very much, esteemed senior. Please give me a moment to prepare the teleportation device for you. Visit lighten///ovalpub.com for a better experience. The worker accepted the storage pouch with excitement before counting the spirit stones inside. Once he confirmed the payment, the worker went to set the settings on the teleportation device so it would teleport them to their desired location. A few minutes later, the worker returned to them and said, the teleportation device is ready. Just let me know when and I'll activate it. Once activated, you have 60 seconds to enter the teleportation device before it loses power. Feng Yuxiang turned to look at Meishio and asked her, are you ready? Meishio nodded. Let's go then. The two of them stood before the teleportation device a few moments later, and once the worker activated the device, they walked into the portal. Meishio felt a little dizzy after entering the teleportation device, and the feeling lingered for some time even after the teleportation was finished. Are you okay? Feng Yuxiang asked her. For more, visit lig/htn///ovalpub.com. Yes. Just a little dizzy. I'm surprised you didn't throw up since mortals can't handle much spiritual energy, and you just walked through a portal created from a large amount of spiritual energy. Feng Yuxiang said to her. And she continued, you must have a strong soul strength. Makes me wonder why you're not a cultivator. You might have the talent for it. I have no reason to become a cultivator, Meishio said. After all, she only joined the game so she could help Yuan out. No reason. There are plenty of reasons for one to become a cultivator. Wealth, fame, status, power. Do you not have desires? Feng Yuxiang asked her. My desire. A certain thought appeared in her mind. I do have one, but becoming a cultivator won't help me realize that dream. It's impossible. Meishiu shook her head. Impossible? Nothing is impossible in the cultivation world. At least this is what I learned after following the young master for a short time. New novel chapters are published on /li/tno/velpub. Com Yuan? Meishiu raised her eyebrows. Feng Yuxiang nodded and said, that's right. The young master is an incredible existence with a limitless future. I have only been with him for a few weeks and I can only imagine how strong he'll grow in the future. Anyways, we can continue this conversation later. Are you still dizzy? We won't make it to the Dragon Essence Temple by sunrise if we linger around for too long. Feng Yuxiang said to her. I am okay. We can continue. Meishiu nodded. Okay. The two of them returned to the air shortly later, and Feng Yuxiang continued chatting with Meishiu like they were already friends while they soared in the clouds. Perhaps it was due to their similar background as Yuan's servant, but Feng Yuxiang found Meishiu to be an interesting individual who was very different from the average person. Chapter 269 We Should Play Together. Splash. Right as the sun began rising at the horizon in the real world, a refreshing sensation surged from Yuan's body as he made a breakthrough and reached 5th level Spirit Warrior. After the breakthrough, Yuan stopped cultivating and tried to activate his divine sense again. A few moments later, he stopped and thought to himself, I still can't activate my divine sense, but I can feel its progress. Just a little more. Meanwhile, inside the game, Feng Yuxiang said to Meishiu after flying for many hours without rest, I can see the Dragon Essence Temple. We've arrived. Meishiu, who was just asleep, slowly opened her eyes to see the Dragon Essence Temple in the distance. This is a sect? It looks no different than a city, she mumbled. Most sects are a city itself, but unlike normal cities, only its disciples or approved guests are allowed inside. Furthermore, there are no businesses in sections. While there may be a few, it's all set up by the sect and not for profit. Feng Yuxiang explained to her. Anyways, it's sunrise. Let's get you to the young master's living quarters. This content is taken from li//tno/velpub. Feng Yuxiang then silently flew towards the Dragon Essence Temple before landing in the backyard of Yuan's living quarters a few minutes later since she didn't have the keys to the house. Once they landed, Meishiu said to Feng Yuxiang, thank you for bringing me here, Senior Feng. I have to leave now. Feng Yuxiang nodded, I was just doing my job. Anyways, you can call me Feng like the young master. Meishiu logged off the game shortly later whilst Feng Yuxiang relaxed in the backyard to wait for Yuan to return. After logging off the game, Meishiu removed the helmet from her head and sat on the bed with a somewhat dazed look on her face. What an experience. It really felt like I was living in another world just now. Meishiu mumbled to herself, and she finally understood why the hype and popularity for this game existed, as it was completely justified. After sitting there for a few moments, Meishiu stood up and went to prepare breakfast for Yuan, and to her surprise, she didn't feel any fatigue or sleepy like she'd expected after staying inside the game for the entire night. While the soup cooked, Meishiu went to wash her face, brush her teeth, and prepare for school. Once breakfast was prepared, Meishiu knocked on Yuan's room and said, it's time for breakfast. Visit Light Novelpub, c/om for the best novel reading experience, I'm awake. Yuan's voice resounded. Meishiu opened the door and pushed the mini cart inside his room. I met with Feng last night, and she took me from the western continent to the eastern continent, even arriving at your living quarters right before I logged off, Meishiu said as she fed Yuan breakfast. Oh. Already? That was quicker than I'd expected. How did it go? Did you enjoy it? Yuan asked her. After a moment of silence, Meishiu said, yes, I enjoyed it. It was a unique and mythical experience. Meeting Feng Feng, learning about cultivators and the cultivation world, using the teleportation device, and the most shocking experience of all, flying in the sky. As long as you had fun. I know you only intend on playing the game so you can help me sell items and gold, but you should really consider playing with me. We can travel the cultivation world and experience everything together. Mixia's eyes widened when she heard Yuan's unexpected words, which left her speechless for a good moment. What do you think, Meisho? You're always working, even as a child. In fact, I think we're very similar, in the sense that we're always working for the same place. If it weren't for my sudden condition, I'm pretty sure that I would still be working for the Yu family even right now. This may sound crazy, but I no longer see my condition as a curse. Perhaps it is even a blessing in disguise. Follow current novels on l/i/g/nov/lpub. Telling me to play with you. Is that a command? Meisho suddenly asked him. Of course not. It's a request, Meisho. If you don't want to play with me, that's fine. However, from your words just now, I could tell that you really enjoyed your time in Cultivation Online. If that's the case, you might as well continue playing. You might even find another purpose in life besides working as I did. Are you really fine with me being by your side in Cultivation Online as well? Meisho asked again, her voice sounding somewhat nervous. Why did you make it sound like I can't stand your presence? Even though we've always been near each other for almost our entire lives, I've never once had such thoughts, and we've never really played together before. This is a great opportunity to do so. But I don't really have the time. Meisho sighed. It's fine. We can play together whenever you're free or don't have school on the weekends. I also don't mind missing a meal once in a while so we can play more. Yuan said with a smile on his face. After a moment of silence, Meisho said, Okay. I understand. I'll play with you. That's great. After breakfast, Meisho went to school with Yu Rou whilst Yuan continued his training inside Cultivation Online. Follow current novels on /l/i/tno/velpub. Oh, right. I should go meet with Feng Feng first since she's probably waiting for me. Right as Yuan thought about returning to his living quarters to meet up with Feng Yuxiang, a trail of flames could be seen traveling in the sky like a shooting star, flying toward Yuan's location. And for some reason, Yuan immediately recognized this flame. Feng Feng? A few moments later, Feng Yuxiang entered Yuan's body. I'm back, young master, she said to him afterward. Welcome back, Feng Feng. And thank you for your hard work. I'll let you drink some of my blood later. Yuan said to her. Really? Thank you, young master. Feng Yuxiang's excited voice quickly resounded, as it has been some time since she tasted his delicious blood. Chapter 273 Years Old. After Feng Yuxiang returned to his body, Yuan sat down on the soft ground and began his cultivation. The still atmosphere suddenly changed when Yuan started to absorb the spiritual energy in the air, and a small tornado appeared around him once again. +8, 174 Qi, +8 for 12 Qi, +8, 059 Qi. Feng Yuxiang was greatly shocked when she saw this, as she had just returned and didn't know about the dragon essence. What's happening? Did the young master consume a treasure that increased his cultivation speed? Feng Yuxiang decided to ask Xiaohua using her spiritual sense. Brother Yuan absorbed a minor dragon essence, which gave him not only increased soul strength but also cultivation speed. I think. Xiaohua responded to her. What? Dragon essence? Soul strength. That's the rarest property one can obtain from essences. How lucky. Feng Yuxiang grew even more shocked after hearing this. Wait. Cultivation speed? I have never heard of essences giving such an effect before, she suddenly realized. New novel chapters are published on lightnovelpub.com. You may not know this, but but Brother Yuan not only has the ability to consume monster cores. He can even obtain their abilities after consuming them. Perhaps it also applies to essences. What? That's impose. Feng Yuxiang wanted to say that such a thing couldn't be possible, but after recalling Yuan's unfathomable talents and his legendary physique, she decided to not continue that sentence. After a moment of silence, Xiaohua suddenly spoke. Phoenix, you're a divine beast as well, right? Why don't you create some phoenix essence for Brother Yuan? You make it sound like it's easy making essence. Feng Yuxiang responded in a sighing voice. I also have my powers sealed, so I cannot do that in a reasonable amount of time. Perhaps once the curse is lifted, I will be able to create some phoenix essence for the young master, but in my current condition, that's impossible. Yuan cultivated in silence, not moving from that spot for 10 hours straight. At the end of the day, had obtained a little over 300 million qi. In just 2 days, Yuan had managed to accumulate around 500 million qi, which is enough qi for someone at first-level spirit apprentice to enter 4th-level spirit warrior. After he stopped cultivating, Yuan logged off the game to wait for Meishio to return from school. For more, visit Light Novel Pub. Come sometime later, Meishio returned home, cooked dinner, and began feeding Yuan. Yuan. Can I ask you why you decided to use this name? Meishio suddenly asked him. After a moment of silence, Yuan said, that was my name before I was adopted. Mixia's eyes widened slightly from surprise. Now that she thought about it, she didn't know anything about Yuan's life before he was adopted into the Yu family. As you already know, I was adopted into the Yu family when I was just 3 years old. Yu Rou was still a baby at that time, so she doesn't know about it. I don't know my real parents, and when I was in the orphanage, everyone would call me Yuan. I see. Do you know why I was adopted into the Yu family in the first place? Yuan suddenly asked her. Visit Light Novel Pub. Come for a better experience. I do not. Meishio said. Someone had posted to the internet a video of a 3-year-old playing a piano, which immediately became an internet sensation. Of course, that kid was me, and when the Yu family saw that video, they decided to adopt me and train me so I can play for the family. At least that's why I think I was adopted. Otherwise, I cannot imagine the Yu family adopting me for any other reason. Meishio was speechless after learning this for the first time. So the Yu family adopted Yuan merely for his musical talents? Of course, this made sense and wasn't too shocking considering how the Yu family treated him after Yuan could no longer play the instruments. I'm sorry. Meishio suddenly apologized to him. Why are you apologizing to me? You're not the one at fault here. Yuan chuckled. I know, but I am also part of the Yu family. Meishio sighed. Once dinner was finished, Meishio went to do her necessities before going to sleep. Even though I missed sleep last night, I didn't feel tired or sleepy at all during school today. How weird. Meishio thought to herself. Although she was trained to do her job even with very little to no sleep, it was odd for her to feel no fatigue despite lacking sleep. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. Come the following day, Yuan returned to Cultivation online and proceeded to spend another 10 hours cultivating, bringing the total of qi absorbed to 800 million. I am still about 2 billion qi away from Spirit Master. I might now make it to Spirit Master before the Mystic Realm even with my increased cultivation speed. Yuan thought to himself. 3 days later, Yuan absorbed another 900 million qi, accumulated 1.7 billion qi. Meanwhile, at Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, the gamble between Long Yijuan and the other sect master has finally come to an end. Ha ha ha. Long Yijuan exploded with laughter as the last disciple walked out of the tower with a defeated look on his face. The result's obvious. Looks like none of your disciples were able to defeat all 100 floors. I win this bet. Now, hand over your treasures. Long Yijuan said to the fuming sect masters with a wide smug on his face. This isn't the end, Sect Master Long. We'll be back after the Mystic Realm. The sect masters there said to him as they reluctantly retrieved their divine grade treasures and handed them to Long Yijuan in front of the spectators, shocking them greatly. Heavens! I thought this entire event was just for show. To think there was so much on the line. The disciples watched with salivating mouths as Long Yijuan held 4 divine-grade treasures at once. We're leaving. The other sect masters didn't dare to stay any longer and said to their disciples. Updated from Light Novel Pub. Come, you're leaving already? Don't you want to stay behind a little longer? Perhaps we can sit down for a drink or something. Long Yijuan said to them in a sarcastic voice. Humph. The sect masters pretended they couldn't hear him and disappeared from the Dragon Essence Temple without looking back. Chapter 271 Last 2 Spots. After the sect masters and their disciples left, Long Yijuan returned to his headquarters with the other high-ranking sect elders. Ha ha ha. What a bunch of idiots. They really thought they were going to defeat the tower. Long Yijuan laughed merrily as he looked at the 4 divine-grade treasures in his grasp. Sect master, what should we do now? While it's great that we've obtained these divine-grade treasures, I highly doubt the other sects will just let us keep them. Elder Xian suddenly asked. And he continued, they'll definitely come back for them. Long Yijuan stopped laughing after hearing Elder Xian's words and nodded with a serious look on his face. I am well aware of that. We also have no need for these divine-grade treasures, so I intend on selling it back to them. How much do you intend on selling it for? Elder Bai suddenly asked. Long Yijuan showed a malicious grin and said, the full price, of course. The sect elders were startled, but they were not shocked by Long Yijuan's response. A divine-grade treasure is not something one can just buy even if they have enough money, at least not in the lower heavens where it's extremely scarce, especially when they are powerful treasures that have been passed down for generations. If the Dragon Essence Temple had lost their dragon-slaying saber, despite their wealth, they would have needed to sacrifice a few decades of resources at the very least to purchase it back from the other sections. That's how ridiculously priceless these divine-grade treasures were. Visit Light Novel Pub. Com for the best novel reading experience. However, unless the other sects are willing to wage war against the Dragon Essence Temple to get their treasures back, they could only grit their teeth and pay the Dragon Essence Temple every coin for their treasures back. By the way, how's Disciple Yuan? Is he currently training at Dragon's Peak? Long Yijuan suddenly asked Elder Xian. Yes, I took him there the same day you asked me. However, Disciple Fei is currently in closed cultivation, so she will have to enter the Dragon's Peak at another time, said Elder Xian. Long Yijuan nodded and said, that's fine. With the mystic realm right around the corner, the most important thing right now is making sure Disciple Yuan is prepared. Although we don't know what will happen in the mystic realm this year, it's definitely not going to be easy even with Disciple Yuan assisting us. Therefore, we need to make sure he has everything he needs. By the way, Sect Master, it appears that there are many people looking for Disciple Yuan. It's also why we've been bombarded with visitors lately. Apparently, they are here for Disciple Yuan, and Disciple Yuan doesn't want to be found by them, at least that's what I think. What? Who are these people looking for Disciple Yuan? And what do they want from him? Long Yijuan immediately frowned. We only know that these people are mostly rogue cultivators without any backgrounds. The sect elders have questioned a few of them, and these rogue cultivators all say the same thing. I just want to speak with Player Yuan, said Elder Xian. Player Yuan? Is that Disciple Yuan's title or something? Long Yijuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub. And then he said, anyways, regardless of their reason, if Disciple Yuan doesn't want to be bothered by these people, we will assist him. Tighten up the security. Nobody is allowed near the sect unless authorized by me from now on. If they dare get close, beat them up. Hearing Long Yijuan's command, the sect elders responded, yes, Sect Master. One more thing, Sect Master. This is regarding the last 2 spots for the Mystic Realm. Elder Shan said a moment later, and she continued, do we have any names yet? I was just about to bring this topic up. Long Yijuan nodded. Does anyone here have any recommendations? I've been too focused on Disciple Yuan and haven't paid much attention to the other core disciples. Well, besides Disciple Yuan, I can only think of 2 disciples who qualify for the mystic realm. Elder Bai said. So you're also thinking about those 2, huh? Long Yijuan mumbled. He then looked around and asked, do any of you have objections to letting those 2 disciples participate in the mystic realm with Disciple Yuan? Elder Shan then asked, just to be clear, these 2 disciples follow current novels on Light Novel Pub. It's Gao Dongya and Xianxia, said Long Yijuan. Gao Dongya is the current leader on the core disciples power ranking. He only became a core disciple 3 years ago and immediately shot up the rankings within months, reaching first place in less than a year of becoming a core disciple, and he has been in that position since then like an immovable mountain. As for Xianxia, while she is only ranked 13th in the leaderboards, she only recently became a core disciple half a year ago. In terms of talents and potential, she was on par with Gao Dongya. When should we make the announcement? Elder Xian then asked. Tomorrow. Long Yijuan immediately responded. The sect elders there nodded their heads. Meanwhile, in the real world, after dinner, Yuan said to Meishio, the mystic realm is coming up and I am very close to making a breakthrough, so I will stay in the game tonight to cultivate. Okay. Meishio agreed without any complaints. Thus, Yuan went back into the game sometime later, and he proceeded to spend the entire night cultivating. While increasing his cultivation in the real world is important, he also didn't want to disappoint those who were counting on him for the mystic realm. Updated from Light Novel Pub. +8, 019 Chi, +8, 132 Chi, +8, 252 Chi. After spending the entire night cultivating, Yuan gained another 250 million Chi, moving towards Spirit Master at a rapid rate. I have only about 1 billion Chi left. If I continue to cultivate at this pace for 2 more days, should be able to break through to Spirit Master. Yuan thought to himself as he logged off at sunrise for breakfast before returning to the game for another day of cultivation. Chapter 272 The 3 Names. Early in the morning shortly after sunrise, Long Yijuan summoned all of the core disciples within the Dragon Essence Temple. Once they received this summoning, regardless of what they were doing, even if they were in closed cultivation at the Immortal Caves, the core disciples gathered at the location of the gathering within an hour. I was wondering when they'll announce this year's participants for the Mystic Realm. Right? They usually announce it a month before the Mystic Realm, but this year they waited until the very last minute. The core disciples there mumbled to each other while they waited for Long Yijuan to show up. I was getting worried that they might forgotten about it for a second. Forget about the Mystic Realm that will determine a sex ranking? Nobody would forget such an important event. Who do you think will get the spots for the Mystic Realm? I think we all know who'll be occupying the first and second spot. ITLL probably be Gao Dongya and Xianxia, right? Visit Light Novel Pub. Come for a better experience, probably? You mean most likely? Out of all of us, they're the most prominent in terms of potential. The only question is who'll get the 3rd spot. What about Liang Qichao? He's always mentioned when one talks about Gao Dongya and Xianxia. It's possible, but who knows, really? Everyone here has a chance to obtain that 3rd spot. While the core disciples there made their guesses on who'll occupy the 3rd spot, Fei Yuyan stood at the back of the crowd like a bystander with a nonchalant look on her face. Even though he's not a core disciple, it's already obvious that they'll pick him for the 3rd spot. The image of Yuan's handsome face appeared in Fei Yuyan's head as she thought about him. Suddenly, someone tapped her on the shoulder, causing her to turn around. What do you want? Fei Yuyan immediately frowned after seeing Xian Wuhan standing behind her with an innocent-looking smile on her face. Who do you think will get the 3rd spot for the Mystic Realm? Xian Wuhan suddenly asked her. Fei Yuyan silently looked at her for a moment before speaking. You should already know the answer to that question. Are you making fun of me? New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub. You're no fun at all. Xian Wuhan shrugged, and then she continued, "Are you disappointed?" "Why would I be? I never hoped to be picked for the mystic realm in the first place," Fei Yuyan said. "HAA." Xian Wuhan sighed and said, "Sometimes I wonder why you're even in the Dragon Essence Temple. You would fit more with the Heavenly Melody Academy instead." Fei Yuyan remained silent at her remarks. A few moments later, someone there suddenly said, "Look! It's Gao Dongya. He's managed to break through to the 7th level of the Spirit Warrior realm during his closed cultivation." Heavens! Another breakthrough? When was his last breakthrough? 4 months ago? I swear, it feels like he's always one level higher every time I see him. At this rate, he'll reach Spirit Master before he turns 30. What monstrous talents. A handsome young man with long black hair, eyes, and wearing a black disciple uniform could be seen slowly walking towards the disciples with a nonchalant look on his face, causing the disciples there to swallow nervously when they were met by his gaze. Once Gao Dongya arrived at the gathering area, the place grew significantly quieter. Updated from Light Novel Pub. Calm though, a couple of female disciples there approached him and began trying to start a conversation with him. "Senior brother Gao, congratulations on getting a spot. Although it hasn't been announced yet, we're confident that you'll definitely be picked. Congratulations on your breakthrough, senior brother Gao. We should have a celebration or something at my living quarters later." The other core disciples acted as though they couldn't hear their obvious flirting, as it was a common sight for the top disciples to have admirers. Che! What a bunch of sluts. Just wait until they learn about Yuan. I won't be surprised even if they remove their clothes on the spot for him. Don't you think so, Disciple Fei? Xian Wuhan asked her in a low voice. Fei Yuyan looked at Xian Wuhan with disbelief on her face, but she managed to resist herself from responding to that claim in the end. A few minutes later, the disciples began talking again as a pretty young lady approached the crowd. Looks like Xianxia also experienced a breakthrough. 3rd level spirit warrior at 20 years old. Her talents are definitely on par with Gao Dongya, if not slightly behind. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel Pub. And just like how the female disciples surrounded Gao Dongya, some of the male disciples there approached Xianxia and began trying to strike a conversation with her. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Fairy Xue. Just a glance and I can already tell that you've become prettier. Fairy Xue, how about we have breakfast at the Dragon Pavilion after this gathering? It'll be my treat. Sometime later, Long Yijuan and a few of the higher-ranking sect elders such as Elder Xian and Elder Shan arrived at the gathering area. Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Grand Elders. Every disciple there lowered their heads and greeted them the moment they got close enough. After standing still, Long Yijuan spoke in a loud voice, "I'm sure you all know why I gathered all of you here today. The Mystic Realm is in 4 days, and we will be announcing the disciples that were chosen to represent the Dragon Essence Temple and participate in the Mystic Realm right now." Long Yijuan cleared his throat before going straight into the subject without any speeches like usual. The disciples that will be participating in the Mystic Realm will be Disciple Gao Dongya and Disciple Xianxia. The core disciples didn't react much to the announcement since they had already expected this result, and they all patiently waited for the third name. Follow current novels on Light Novel Pub. However, to the disciples' surprise, Long Yijuan said in a calm voice, "That's all." What? The disciples' eyes widened with shock and disbelief. What about the third spot? There should be 3 disciples in total participating in the Mystic Realm. Where's the third name? What happened to the third spot? Chapter 273. Who's the third disciple? Sect Master. That's only 2 names. What happened to the third spot? I thought we were given 3 spots for the Mystic Realm. One of the disciples there decided to ask him. Long Yijuan turned to look at the disciple who just spoke and responded in a calm voice, "Indeed, the Dragon Essence Temple has been given 3 spots, and there will be 3 disciples participating in the mystic realm. However, I won't be naming the 3rd disciple for now. Long Yijin's words dumbfounded the disciples. He won't be naming the 3rd disciple? Is it because they haven't decided on the 3rd person yet, or do they want to keep this individual hidden for some reason? Gao Dongya narrowed his eyes with an uncertain expression on his face. Meanwhile, Xuejie raised her eyebrows and thought to herself, the sect master is clearly trying to hide this individual. But why? After pondering for a moment, the image of 2 glowing golden eyes behind a black jade mask appeared in her thoughts, causing her body to tremble. It couldn't be. Xuejie cried inwardly after recalling the cultivation prodigy who'd managed to comprehend 100% of the tablet of comprehension when she participated as an observer. While the Dragon Essence Temple has never sent a disciple that wasn't a core disciple to the mystic realm, there were no rules stating that it must be a core disciple. It's possible. That masked person might take the 3rd spot. Xuejie thought to herself. Updated from Light Novel Pub, however, she hasn't heard of this person ever since the disciple examination ended. What happened to that person, anyway? Did he join the sect? Or did he leave? Xuejie wondered to herself, feeling the desire to meet with this cultivation genius once again. Sometime later, another disciple raised his hands and asked, Sect Master, does that mean you've already picked a disciple for the 3rd spot, or you're still thinking? The disciples there swallowed nervously after hearing that question, as they also had the same question in their mind. Long Yijun quickly responded, the 3rd spot is already occupied by a disciple. If that's the case, why can't you tell us who this disciple is? While we have no complaints about disciple Gao and disciple Shui participating in the mystic realm since they definitely qualify more than us, we cannot say the same for this 3rd disciple, said a disciple. And he continued, and if incorrect, we're allowed to challenge the sect's decision if we, the core disciples, believe that someone isn't qualified to participate in the mystic realm, as that's how it's always been. Indeed, you may challenge the sect's decision. However, that only applies when the disciple in question is questionable. In this case, it is without a doubt that this disciple qualifies for the mystic realm. Long Yijun said in a confident voice. The disciples exchanged puzzled glances with each other. Just who is this disciple that has so much support and confidence from the sect master? Hell, even the sect elders there showed no signs of doubt, clearly showing their support for the sect master. Visit Light Novel Pub, for the best novel reading experience. Seeing the doubtful atmosphere, Long Yijun suddenly smiled and said, how about this? I am willing to bet my position as sect master of this sect that this disciple will, without a doubt, bring the Dragon Essence Temple to at least rank 3 at the mystic realm. If we achieve any less, I will resign from my position. What? Not just the disciples but even the sect elders there were greatly baffled by Long Yijin's announcement. Sect master. That's a little. Elder Xian said to him in a nervous voice. While he also believes that Yuan would achieve a high rank in the mystic realm, nothing in this world is certain, especially when it comes to the mystic realm. Sect master, you don't have to do that. We won't doubt your decision any longer, so please, take back that statement. The disciples said to him in a panicked manner, as they couldn't have expected such a turn of events. However, Long Yijun remained resolute and said, this is not about your trust in me, but my trust in this disciple and my own judgment. If my judgment turns out to be wrong and it costs the Dragon Essence Temple the mystic realm, I don't deserve to be the sect master. That's all. The place quickly turned dead silent as nobody there could find any words to say to Long Yijun, who was clearly very adamant about keeping to his words. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. Does anyone here have anything else to say before I let you all go? Long Yijun asked them after a moment of silence. The disciples remained silent, as their only question could not be answered at this moment. Then everybody but Gao Dongya and Xuejie may leave. Long Yijun said to them a few moments later. Once all of the disciples beside the 2 mystic realm participants left, Long Yijun said to them, follow me. Gao Dongya and Xuejie nodded their heads before following Long Yijun back to the sect master's headquarters, where Long Yijun proceeded to give them more details about the mystic realm. As you already know, the Mystic Realm is a month-long event where disciples from their respective sect must work together to obtain points by accomplishing feats within the Mystic Realm. Of course, this means that the sects with more slots have the advantage since they have more hands helping each other. But don't worry, I am confident that even with 3 people, we'll do fine. Teamwork is a must in the Mystic Realm, and I want the 2 of you to get used to each other over the next 4 days. Hearing Long Yaijin's words, Gao Dongyu spoke in a calm voice. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better if all 3 participants are here? How can we strengthen our relationships with each other if one of us is missing? Long Yijuan then said, he's currently cultivating at Dragon's Peak right now, so that's impossible. However, once he's done, I will definitely let you guys meet. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.